President of CDSPP, and the CDSPP is a reliable and loyal and competent partner for my party, PSD, but also for Portugal. And these two parties say present when Portugal needs. Graça Carvalho, former minister, excellent colleague and MEP, and we are here because Graça Carvalho have an important job in this electricity market. Our colleagues from European Parliament and the MEPs and the members of Parliament and National Parliament, all the people that are here. I will switch to Portuguese. I have an intervention in English, but I think it's better to talk Portuguese. And we have translation. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thanking those that will be addressing this panel. The energy sector has been quite a challenge. In fact, at an overall level, there are common challenges such as climate change, natural resources. There are two very important challenges which have been forgotten. That is, that we only consider when there's a problem or war. One has to do with safety, energy security. And another challenge which is that of EU.
A guerra e as dependências mostraram
Birth rates, that is, the wars have shown that we should invest in this energy union, and when we do not invest, it brings about different costs for families and competitiveness. In terms of the millions of the member states, and with the difficulty of absorption, which is quite worrisome, a pluriannual financial framework should dedicate 30% to climate change, the resilience recovery mechanism 30 or so percent, and then in a reaction, which the EU has been part of the repower EU, is to reduce this energy dependency which had been identified, and the PPE and the EPP, and I'd like to thank the support. We've set an objective repower EU that is 30% for cross-border projects. At the beginning, we thought it was impossible, this regulation possibility, and it was quite important with the objective that has been set, that is common projects, cross-border ones, interconnections. We sought that objective as being important. The member states accepted 30%, but there was a clause: if we could not achieve 30%, this cannot be lost. We have a problem within the EU, which is the sum of 27 national selfishness, and the energy, digital, rural health union is detrimental. With less resources, we could even do more with fewer resources. So those that speak of strategic autonomy, because it's also the EU's strategic autonomy, are those that are against it. And I'm utterly convinced, and I hope that I'm wrong, I'm convinced that the Barcelona-Marseille corridor was invented for energy, not to go through the Pyrenees and the interconnection, and this is my opinion, I hope that I'm wrong, to refer that Portugal
conhecer e
would
perde potencial. As
certainly
renováveis que se
loses
a
renewable
energia não
potential
passar
if the
para
energy does
a
not
União Europeia.
go
Mas nós
to the
devíamos ver
EU.
este assunto
But this
de uma forma
subject
transversal.
should be addressed in a
É que não há só a
cross-cutting
AREF, não há
form.
só o mecanismo de
There
recuperação e resiliência,
isn't only the
não há só
resilient
a política
recovery
de coesão,
mechanism, the cohesion
e deveríamos
policy,
ver estes projetos
and
todos
these
como em
projects
sinergia. É
should
preciso
be
olhar para o
considered
horizonte da
as
Europa
a
em termos de investigação.
synergy.
Esquecemos do
We
mecanismo
forget
interligar a Europa
of the mechanisms
e
to
todos estes
connect
recursos
Europe, and all
deviam ser
resources
utilizados
should be
para
used
reforçar a nossa competitividade,
to
temos uma
strengthen our
energia mais barata,
competitiveness. We have
atingimos objetivos
cheap
climáticos e, em
energy,
simultâneo, as
reaching
pessoas pagarem
energy
um preço
objectives so that
muito
people
inferior.
could pay a lower
Eu
price.
espero que haja
Now I
sucesso
hope
agora
that
nesta reforma
this
do mercado
reform
da eletricidade e
of the
agradeço
electricity market is
o trabalho
successful, and I
Graça
hope,
Carvalho tem feito.
and I like to thank Graça Carvalho's work
O
in that
Conselho, felizmente, tem
sense.
um mandato
The
para a negociação.
Council has a
Vamos
mandate
entrar em
for a
e
negotiation,
veremos
and then we'll
se
be able to see
os egoísmos nacionais
if the
aqui
national
não se
selfishness,
sobrepõem
that is, do
ao
not
interesse,
overlap
ao interesse comum e que haja
a common
rapidamente
interest, and not
esta
directly
entrada em
quickly
vigor
that
deste
is
dossiê, porque
entering
não basta
into
ter
effect
recursos
by this file.
financeiros,
It's not enough to have the financial resources,
Portugal bem o prova.
as Portugal
Nós
has
nunca tivemos tanto
confirmed.
dinheiro como temos para o período
That is,
21-27.
for the
Temos cerca de metade dos recursos
2021-27
financeiros. Portugal tem
period,
cerca de
we
metade dos
have
recursos financeiros
a half of
de
the
21-27.
financial resources
Comparativamente ao
for
que se pediu desde 1986 até
comparing
2021.
to
Mas não basta ter muito
1986,
dinheiro, nem basta
2021. It's not
gastar
enough
e
to
gastar
have
e investir muito
money, as I've said.
E depois é preciso
What is
que haja uma
important
legislação,
is that
não
there
muita,
be
porque
legislation,
legislação
not
complica.
too much,
E que não haja 27
and
quadros
that there aren't
legislativos
27
e que haja uma
legislative
legislação
framework,
que
but
seja
that
amiga também do
there is
investimento e dos objetivos. E a
legislation
regulação,
which is
um quadro de
friendly
regulação
to these
para dar
objectives,
estabilidade,
regulation
para dar
to
previsibilidade é
give
também essencial.
stability
Agradeço-vos
and
passo
predictability.
imediato
And
a
I'd
palavra
like to thank
ao
you for
deputado Nuno Melo,
participating
se
in this
desdobra
conference, and I
no
will give
trabalho
the floor
brutal entre o
to
Parlamento Europeu
Nuno Melo,
e agora
his
Portugal.
work, praising his work
Ele merece
in
e vocês também
Parliament
merecem o nosso
with this
aplauso. Muito obrigado.
dual hat of working for the Parliament and Portugal. Thank you.
Well, I also will start in English and then I'll switch to the Portuguese because there are so many Portuguese people here and the press, which is for a politician always very important indeed. So I'll start by, I was asked to do a welcome speech and I'll try to do it with some politics in the middle. That's the opportunity I have. I don't have so many opportunities in our days, so you will understand me. But I want to thank, starting Maria da Graça Carvalho for this event. Because we are talking about a priority topic which interests people and help us to show why the EPP is the driving force in Europe. We talk about what matters to people. So thank you very much, Maria da Graça Carvalho. I also want to thank José Manuel Fernandes for the very kind words, also for the great job that he's been doing in European Parliament. He's the Mr. Budget, for those who don't know. And I also would like to say that what José Manuel Fernandes thinks about the CDS is exactly what I think about the PSD. It represents the PSD that respects the CDS, which is very important. So thank you so much, José Manuel Fernandes. And now, if you allow me, I will say a few words in Portuguese. I'll give just a second for those who want to put the headphones. Ok. Bom, como eu dizia, pedem para...
to make a welcome speech. And let me say, welcome. Welcome to this conference. Welcome to this conference. Welcome to this conference in this beautiful city, despite of the fact that despite the fact of being wonderful, it's being ill-treated by socialism. And unfortunately, the country is ruled by the socialists. Welcome to a country that could thrive, be prosperous, being stifled by an economic model which is wrong, based on taxes which are absurd, only to sustain the socialism perspective that is expenditure. Never as ever so many taxes were charged and spent with such poor results. I read, and this is an anecdote, that the government lives above its means. It's true, many people represent a middle class which supports itself reasonably, but this government lives above its means when compared to how we live. Welcome to a country which could be case study, which has a government that legislates to distance itself from investment. It's the only country doing so, legislating in that sense. If we take into account that Portugal, unfortunately, doesn't have many capitalists, and we are a party that considers that capital is important and labor as well. Labor should be protected and salaries should be better. But we live in a country where this economic model, wrong model,
por baixo, que depois querem atualizar por decreto como se isso fosse.
drives investment away. Welcome to a country which isn't Venezuela, which isn't, but it has a government that decrees leases which are absurd, being the biggest owners at a territorial level to hide a failure in the housing policies. And this government is ruled by a prime minister that in 2016 said that he would invest 1.4 million euros renovating many houses, did not rehabilitate, renovate, and the best, the 35,000 or so, and is requesting that Brussels builds houses, which is surreal. This is what was said by the Prime Minister in 2016. That is, in 2017, we would all have a GP, and I think there's 1.6 million people that have no GP, especially in relation to what can be compared in 2016. We had a Director General for the health sector said that we shouldn't be ill in August because of the hospital. I hope that I don't become sick, because Portugal is not a good country for you to stay in a hospital to be. Let me say something that is in an article I wrote, which relates to this innovation by the Minister of Health. Manuel Pizarro was a neuro member of parliament, but during two last statements, he said that he's preparing a study to know about the needs of the National Health Service of 2023, and a second statement mentioning that the problems relating to the National Health Service has to do with the policies in the 1980s, 1990s, 40 years ago. So we have a National Health Service which is collapsing in 2023. No word about it. And the health sector, when the health sector addresses the Portugal, should present to know how to solve the waiting lists, emergency wards closing, doctor's appointments taking quite a long time, surgeries not being performed, and the lack of health professionals. So what we need for the health sector in Portugal is not to know what happened 40 years ago or what the National Health Service will require for 23, but what will be done in 2023 at that level. The Minister of Health, in the last 30 years, the Socialist Party ruled 22 years with different ministers for health, secretary of states, with the resources and with the policies, obligations to change something, to change what happened in the 1980s and 1990s. It's surreal. How can you sell this? And how they're still getting votes, and the survey showing this. And this welcome speech, my welcome speech should introduce my dear friend Carlos Moeda. I'd like to say welcome to Lisbon because of this contrast. Lisbon, ruled by CDS, PST CDS, most of the municipalities which are ruled by PST CDS or CDS alone, things happen the other way around. Lisbon is an exemplary case. I mentioned the housing policies before. In 1 year, the municipality of Lisbon handed more housing than Antonio Costa, which been ruling for 8 years. He ruled for 17 years. And in 1 year, the City Hall of Lisbon mayor did more than what he did. We have different councillors, PST, CDS, and other councillors that are very good people with no exception. But in Lisbon, indeed, in Lisbon, we have a municipality concerned with the families, concerned with the companies and their income, concerned with the housing policies, and invest so that people have better living conditions, transportation, presenting solutions for that city. And that is why, my dear friend, Carlos Moedas, that's why, dear friend, let me thank you, and I'd like to refer to the Euro parliamentarians. Not too long ago, the City Hall of Lisbon, led by Carlos Moedas, has had with the responsibility of a CDS councillor, Anacleto Correia, welcomed 1 million of young people from all over the world to express their faith with the Pope. And in Pope Francis's words, it was probably the best organization ever, the World Youth Day, that happened until today. And there was quite a lot of praise, and thank you very much, Carlos Moeda, for your extraordinary work in that sense as mayor of the City Hall of Lisbon, PSD CDS. A second aspect, and that is why I would like to thank you for, you are celebrating. You celebrate freedom. Never has it been so important in Portugal. And also for our Euro parliamentarians that normally have heard of our revolution, 25th of April 1974. But the Carnation Revolution, if the political regime changed, democracy was established on the 25th of November 1975. So there was an attempt of a totalitarian regime in between. PSD, CDS were very important in that implementation of democracy, along with General Ramalho Ilhan's and Major Jaime Neves along that time. And it seems that the Socialist Party is ashamed of what occurred but I don't understand why this. And today, celebrating the 25th of November does not undermine the state, and that's how PSD-CDS decided to refer to, as it's been doing in 1975 in Amadora, with the military responsible during the 25th November. Again, I'd like to thank you for your courage, Carlos Moeda. Congratulations for celebrating the 25th of November in Portugal.
E pronto.
And after having said this, I've spoken for more than 10 minutes, but now let me just say that our Mayor of Lisbon is an extraordinary person, always available, serving Portugal, showing the good spirit of the coalition between PST, CDS, and for those that do not know this fact, they govern in more than 40 district municipalities, and again, these are people with very good spirits, a partner when they have to be a partner, or a loyal opponent when they have to be opponents. So you have, I'm I'm giving you the floor.
So I'll do the same, a couple of words for my friends.
Vou então fazer, dizer algumas palavras para os meus amigos que estão aqui e também aos nossos caros amigos da EPP. É sempre muito bom estar presente numa conferência da EPP e olhar aqui assim e ver os meus amigos com quem passei 5 anos maravilhosos no Parlamento, e esse foi com efeito um período muito bom da minha vida, em que se conseguiu muito, graças a esses 5 anos, conseguiu aumentar o orçamento de 80 mil milhões para 100 milhões, e isso para mim é uma honra estar aqui assim nesta conferência e estar sempre convosco. E agora vou passar ao português, porque a maior parte das pessoas aqui presentes são portugueses. Eu estou em Lisboa e vou-vos então dar as boas-vindas em português.
Dear friends, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words, for Nuno Mel's kind words, and also I'd like to thank New Times, and represented by CDS, Diogo Moura, and the Deputy Mayor, Anacleta Correa. It's been an extraordinary coalition of people with the same principles, people with the same values, and people with the same ideas. So I would like to first of all thank their work, then thank Zé Manuel Fernandes, and also thank Graça Carvalho for inviting me to be present on the work which has been carried out during 2 years, that is linking the city with Europe, which is quite important. And also, I believe that this connection between the city and Europe is much more important than the country and Europe. And this is my opinion. Let me take advantage of the fact that we're participating at this conference to greet the local authorities, municipalities, and the mayors of Santa Maria da Feira and others. The work which we are conducting in Europe. EPP is my party. The EPP is my party, the party of many, but above all, it sees policy in a different way in the energy and sustainability sector. I remember the effort carried out by the EPP regarding the isolation of the Iberian Peninsula in energy-wise. and this has been its role. Unfortunately, we still experience that isolation of the Iberian Peninsula. If we speak of a common market, of the single energy market, and we do not have it, something has failed. But it wasn't the EPP, nor the parliamentarians of EPP, nor its work or government that I belong to. So we are addressing an enormous challenge at a European level that unfortunately, many do not want to understand the challenge and want to fight for. What is the city's role? What's the city's role today? What is it? It's to achieve, to take advantage of what Europe gives us. And my first word has to do what is being done today in Lisbon. I have so many I'd like to thank Europe. So many that do not actually um, and that I cannot enhance much. We have solar sustainability aspect. 500 million could not be done without Europe. We have the largest program, housing program for a country like Portugal in a city as like Lisbon. I signed with Europe 560 million in housing. Without Europe, we wouldn't have the ability to carry out these changes. In Lisbon, I'm speaking about two areas: sustainability, with quite an investment, and housing, sustainability and housing. 1 billion euros, 1 billion euros, and it's due to Europe. And now we're concluding our budget for 2024 and carrying out that work. And it was done differently. That is, we did differently. Nun Melo spoke about how we consider sustainability, and I always consider it in a way that this is what I've learned in EPP. We're only going to win this climate war, this climate battle, two ways. The first is not to no frictions with people. The difference today between a certain political area, which is our political areas, and others, have to do with that friction. No friction, and our role is to try to moderate somewhat of friction which is happening in society. And I understand that many young people feel the need to um, have their voice heard. Why? Because they're panicking. We cannot look at sustainability by this panic. It's not their fault, young people's fault, to stop traffic, but those that created that panic. And to solve sustainability, we're not going to create this panic with our youth. The youth have to help us out to change the paradigm. This is the political difference in Europe. What I believe in and what I see in EPP is that difference of the policies, sustainability policies of the policies. Second of all, I started with the first European experience with Erasmus. The sustainability and energy policies only work if we have the people feeling that what they're doing is going to end up in their pocket. When I went to France in 1993, I had a check, Erasmus check, 16,000 French francs in my pocket. I never forgot what I had in my pocket. And when we say sustainability, when we're speaking about sustainable policies as we did in Lisbon, public transportation, which would be free for the younger and the elderly population, this is sustainability which is in the pocket. When I meet someone over 65 years old, and that person said, I visited my friend and I travel free. You're doing this in favor of sustainability. We have 91,000 people that take public transportation free of charge, representing 17% of that population. And these people, many said, Cashmore is going to be doing this, but it's not going to work. Half of them, out of these 90,000, 45,000 did not have a bus, they did not have a pass. So demand has multiplied twofold. This is a sustainable measure that works. Yes, because this is what they feel in their daily life. When we decided with the support of Grasa to think about energy community, what we decided, and there are some companies participating in this conference that have helped us with this reflection. Miguel still is a participant. Let's place solar panels in all city hall buildings. Will people adhere? Yes, they are. If I say that each solar panel, what I will be saving in energy, will be distributed by people in the city hall, those that cannot pay their electricity bill. And people, again, adhered to the sustainability measure, adhere to them. Now, when we consider sustainability as such, and this has been what the EPP colleagues coming from different countries, this is what they've been doing, so we were able to do this differently. Just two more examples which are important, especially for those that don't know what we've been doing. Nuno Melo, my dear friend, Nuno Melo spoke about how important it was to welcome the Pope. 2.5 million people. Lisbon has 46,000 inhabitants. So during those 6 days, we were able to welcome 500,000 visitors. Lisbon has prepared because it has 46,000 inhabitants, but it receives every day 1 million, 500,000 people. Lisbon, but that week was very special. And one of the Pope's message was on sustainability. And when I traveled to Rome and in my talk with the Pope, and I showed him Lisbon's image, it's so green, it's really green. Holy Father, it's the water from the treatment water station of Beidolish water. Of course, you can't drink it, but we can use it to irrigate. And then he said to me, the Pope Francis said, well, this is really sustainable. The example you've mentioned in the 30 acres, we don't water with drinking water. So when we see the water bill, we spend 4 million euros to pay for our water bill, and that's 65% is not for drink. Why not to use drinkable water to clean our streets? So what we did was to shift this paradigm. It was shift as such as well as others. Pedro Sampaio Nunes is in his room. Some are saying that I should replace 16,000 LED lamps, so 70,000. Some people are saying that I won't be able to do so. So this was the message I wanted to pass on. Again, to help you out in this food for thought, in this discussion. On one hand, to thank Europe in relation to what it's been doing for Lisbon. It's been quite a lot in these different areas. 1 billion, I'm speaking about Europe's support to Lisbon and what Europe will continue on doing. Europe knows that I'm the mayor of Lisbon, pro-European. I know that my words are for Europe, and I've always felt that Europe was in my pockets. And the EPP has the ability to unite people around Europe, which will surely enough if there won't be friction between different groups, a Europe of union and not the other way around. This is where I see a lot of populism, extremism around us, to be the voice of this union and not a voice of divide. You can count on me as such as mayor of Lisbon, and count on me as a man that truly believes in our future. And we need people to work in sustainability and not against us, to have everyone united, not against. And the not a constant divide of those that think by dividing can get somewhere. So the energy union is part of that working method, which is quite important, which has been the EPP's line, and I hope that the heads of state are listening to us from Lisbon, and that the Iberian Peninsula cannot be what José Saramago mentioned, that
Temos que ser a união e temos que nos ligar à Europa rapidamente.
stone raft of this. Welcome everyone, and welcome again. The interpreter would like to say that the speeches were not handed in. Thank you.
Obrigada, Fernandes e Nuno Melo.
Thank you very much, Carlos Moedas, José Miguel Fernandes and Nuno Melo, for what you said. Good morning to all, and I'd like to welcome you all to this conference, Powering the Future, which is devoted to the European electricity market at a very important moment, because we will be starting negotiations on this. So this is why I feel it is very important to get together, and I would like to start by thanking to the EPP that accepted this proposal of ours to actually hold this meeting, and also to the different heads of delegations from PSD, José Miguel Fernandes and Nuno Melo from CDS, and also thanks to Luís Montenegro, who is the president of PSD, that will be with us for the closing of this gathering. Also, I'd like to thank the members of the European Parliament, Pilar, Esther, De Langen, that are here with us, and also members of national parliament, the CEOs of companies in the area of energy, mayors, dear friends, the mayor of Santa Maria da Feira, regulators, colleagues. I'm an engineer in the area of energy, former teachers and students, so a group of people that will have the occasion to listen to during this meeting. I'm here to present the next speakers. We have two special speeches, one of them special interventions. One is a video message, a great friend. Right now he's the Minister for Foreign Affairs and a former Prime Minister, and I'm going to speak in English to present them.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Karins, and he was a colleague during several years in the ITRE, in our committee, and a special thing, he was the rapporteur of the present regulation. He was the electricity market person in the EPP, so it's very nice that he had the opportunity to send us a video message to address this conference. And I also introduce immediately after, we will have the speech of Esther de Langen, member of the European Parliament. She has a special responsibility. She's the Vice President of EPP, exactly in charge of the coordination of all the economy and the environment area, a very big responsibility, and that includes the area of energy, industry, economy, research, innovation. So, and Esther has been, thank you very much, very supportive of our work in this area, very enthusiastic, and thanks for your presence, because I know that you are in a very busy time also in the national politics in the Netherlands. So we start with the video, and immediately when the video finishes, Esther will give her address. So please, can you put the video.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, colleagues. When we think about electricity market design, we have to think of two things: our dependence on external energy sources and our dependence on fossil fuels. In external energy, Europe as a whole, up until about 2 years ago, was extremely dependent on Russian energy imports. Some countries, such as Latvia, were very dependent. Other countries, such as Portugal, maybe much less so, but Europe as a whole, very dependent. Following the frontal war in Ukraine, we have freed ourselves from Russian independence. So one part of our dependence we have solved. We now have to crack the other part, which is our dependence on fossil fuels. We all know, and I don't think it's really much open to debate, that the climate is changing and man-made activity has a big part to play in that. So we need to move away from our dependence on fossil fuels because, among other things, for many of us, that still means energy importation. That means a continued shift and an emphasis on renewable energies. But we know that with renewable energies, we have the question of intermittency. How do you keep energy flowing when maybe the source, the sun or the wind, is on, off, on, off? How do you store that? How do you manage the grid? So we need to keep the market working. We need market signals showing to investors when to come in, investors when to not come in, and investors to take on risk of coming into the market. At the same time, we have to ensure that the lights are always on. So as we're looking to improve the electricity market design, we have to keep both of these options on the table, or both of these considerations. That is, to make sure that market signals are alive and well, but also to make sure we have the proper mechanisms in place that the lights are always on. And this means to make sure that the grids are always functioning. Technologies are improving every month, every year. We're getting better battery storage capabilities, but we're certainly not yet there that we could be 100% reliable, say, theoretically, only in the wind and the sun, and then batteries for everything else. That's a lot of capacity that needs to be built out. We have the issue of local generation on households, which is actually very good for the grid as well in terms of optimal resistance. We need to have mechanisms for this that don't disturb market mechanisms. So when we think of subsidies or the role of subsidy in the electricity market, we have to make sure that the subsidies are balanced and don't disturb the big decisions on the investments. So it's a very interesting task, I should say, very challenging task that we also as the EPP have to think about. We are very pro-market. At the same time, we have to make sure that as we make this transition, that the lights are continually always on. And that means we have to be extremely clever. I wish all of you success in today's conference. It's important that we as the EPP stay strong, united, and find the right balance between the needs of the market and the needs of the grid. That we bring these two together and we keep investment flowing in Europe. Thank you very much.
Good morning. First of all, of course, my colleagues of the Portuguese delegation, José Manuel, Nuno, and Maria. I've always called you Maria for a decade, and now I come here to Lisbon only to find out that everyone calls you Graça. So it will be very hard for me to change my habits, but thank you for correcting my ways. Thank you, dear friends from the Portuguese delegation, for taking this important initiative to host an event on behalf of the EPP Group in the European Parliament on this very important topic. Thanks also, Mr. Mayor. It's always great to see you, Carlos, for hosting us in this beautiful city of Lisbon. And it's great to be speaking after our former colleague, Maria, I'll stick with Maria, right? Maria already mentioned him, Christian Scarens, who indeed was the man who made the rules that we currently have when it comes to the electricity market. But he is now the former Prime Minister and current Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. And I think his personal parcours symbolizes in a way where we stand when it comes to energy and electricity issues in Europe. The technical is at the same time highly geopolitical. And the context is very well known, it's clear to all of us. For the past 2 years, energy prices have been, Christiane has mentioned it as well, historically high, and we all unfortunately know why. And when prices are so high and citizens directly affected, of course, all politicians want to take direct action. And at the height of the crisis, we did. And we had to, and I'm proud of them. We took some measures that 5 years ago I would have thought were impossible in the European Union. We did, and we reacted as we should. But at the same time, you will see calls from some politicians, fortunately not the ones in this room, to completely change the electricity market design based on the current merit order system, which would have done more harm than good. And it is exactly at moments like this that you need politicians who can keep a cool head. Enter Maria Carvalho into the negotiations. Maria, you did an excellent job there. She managed to resist and largely resist these temptations to basically change the model completely and managed to largely keep a market-based approach, as the currently electricity market has been working in general terms well and has delivered an efficient and increasingly integrated market with remarkable benefits and consumers over the last 2 decades. The data on that are very clear. And although a big overall reform is not necessary, the energy crisis has highlighted several points that could be improved to make our energy market more resilient and making the energy bills of European consumers and companies more independent from the short-term market price of electricity. And let me be very clear, as Vice President of the EPP Group, dealing indeed with energy issues, with research, but also with the European Green Deal. Without affordable and available electricity, the Green Deal simply will not work. So the issue we have on the table here is to a large extent fundamental when it comes to the geostrategic future of our European Union that wants to be competitive and at the same time, the visit of the Pope was mentioned, the importance of sustainability, which, by the way, as an old-fashioned Christian Democrat, I still call stewardship. That's the word we use for that. That is still very close to our heart and fundamental for the future of Europe. But we also need better protection from future crises. Consumers need to be better protected, and renewables should be accelerated and better integrated into the energy system. Stability and predictability of the cost of energy are crucial for our industry and contributes, I mentioned it, to Europe's competitiveness, and that's why we can still improve the liquidity of the forward market. We can facilitate this by using more long-term contracts, such as power purchase agreements, hand in hand with more investment support, for which the Commission proposed the notorious two-way contracts for difference. And these contracts were for a long time the big elephant in the room of the negotiations. But I'm sure all of you here today have closely followed the developments this week, and you know that the Council has finally agreed an agreement on Tuesday, which now allows us to enter the phase of negotiations between Parliament and the Council to arrive at a final decision. I think this shows the need to find a solution that works for all member states, a solution that doesn't jeopardize an equal level playing field, but at the same time also covers future energy investments. Because in the end, if the crisis has shown us one thing, it is that we need to complete the energy market for an complete the market integration for an EU internal energy market. And there indeed the Portuguese delegation in the European Parliament, in the EPP Group, they might be small in numbers, but they're big in impact because they're the leaders calling, for example, on more connectors between member states. And José Manuel, I know we only took a first step, but there will be many more to take, and you'll be the inspiration of kickstarting this progress. So a compliment is at its place, and I know that you always say, I'm the man of the budget, but the man who holds the purse can shape the direction. So I think in the end, we will get there in terms of better interconnections. We have learned from the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine that true resilience and independence of the EU will only be achieved through a completely integrated and thereby physically connected EU electricity and gas network. And that is exactly what the EPP has been doing and what we will be doing in the future with an excellent team of members. Thank you so much, and I hope to learn from many of you today in the exchanges.
Thank you very much, Esther, for your speech and also for your nice words to the Portuguese delegation. I'm now give you the introduction remarks on the work that we have been doing in the EPP in this file before we start with the two panels. And I will give my address in Portuguese.
So, as was already mentioned by different speakers, we have a European market, an electricity market, which basically has been working, but the Ukraine invasion by Russia has revealed some weaknesses, dependency in terms of energy, and the insufficient preparation of the EU to react and protect the consumers during this crisis. We had to have emergency resolution, and then following such, the European Commission proposed a revision on the 14th March of this year, proposed a revision on the design of the European electricity market. Two parts. The first part is the design of the market itself, as was said, and the second part included a regulation regarding integrity, transparency in the wholesale market called RENIT, EMD, and the second RENIT. First EMD and the second REMIT. I'm the main rapporteur of REMIT and EPP rapporteur, that is, I share the chair with the Spanish rapporteur, so I'm the EPP's rapporteur in the EMD design and main rapporteur in REM. Now, starting with the EMD, that is starting with the design itself of the electricity market. As soon as it was published by the European Commission, this report, and I was referred to as the leader of this dossier, and I defined jointly with the EPP and also with the two national parties, laid down the guiding principles of the EPP and the red lines. Very important to define them since the beginning, defined by consumer priorities, boost investment, and to deepen the single market, electricity market, which are consensual. What it would lay down as red line in terms of consumer protection, EPP's position is that all consumers have to benefit from a lowering of the electricity prices, either consumers, private companies, individual SMEs, larger companies, and so consumers as a whole, separate from other groups, and there were subgroups that would be favored by that lowering of prices. A second incentive to investment, and for us it was crucial not there be barriers to investment. This was quite a struggle until recently. There shouldn't be barriers to investment. Measures that would drive away investors in the energy sector. And finally, the electric market, European market, and that Europe be interconnected, and that there not be a coincidence of ideas between other political parties, but from a more difficult point of view, that there wouldn't be special rules for given regions in Europe. We have an integrated market from a physical infrastructure viewpoint, as well as the rules regulating the market based on the market with no exceptions for given countries, if it was Germany, France, Poland. So European rules for the market. This is what we maintained as guidelines and which we've made prevail. Now, as to the first point in consumer protection, we can say that for all consumers to give a more flexibility of choice regarding contracts with a crisis scheme protecting more the consumers. It wasn't only protection, but it was to give more power to the consumers, increasing the possibility to share energy, so removing barriers to energy communities. Our opinion is that energy communities have quite a future. They're the future of the market. So we prepared a report along these lines with a greater decentralization, digitalization, the possibility to introduce innovation. And we'll be listening to the mayor, giving us good examples, and also to speak about the barriers, problems that have been found by applying these energy communities, a crisis mechanism. And we were able to define well-defined criteria, notwithstanding the fact that they were flexible, that is, not to have the markets in intervention at every moment from the government side that could destroy the electricity markets. So this consumer part, which was very important, considering the incentive chapter, and this was also in the Commission's proposal, we supported the long-term instruments, contracts, the power purchasing agreements, a contract for different CFDs. These were the long-term instruments, always for new premises, prolonging life, and to hinder that premises with no change would be against competition and not the level playing field. Deepening the market emphasis was put on the grid. We asked the Commission to frame the financing for the grids that are missing financing system, either distribution, transmission, interconnection, with a special emphasis to those regions which are still isolated, which is the case of the Iberian Peninsula, but which is not the only one, the only region in Europe. Now, about remit to the wholesale energy market, three concerned on its revision: the legislative coherence and transparency, a European dimension which would be strengthened, as well as the market. European dimension strengthen greater power to the agency, regulating agency at a European level, coordination at that level, ACER, in coordination with the national regulator, but we strengthened the European level. We've introduced also national gas, GNL, to give more transparency to the system. to also be able to monitor imports using GNL, the LNG, sorry, and also we've reduced concerning the market, and we're still negotiating the council to reduce the red tape. The reporting, which is necessary both for the regulators as well as, and mainly for the market operators, especially the smaller ones, so as not to be subject to an overburden if unnecessary. These were the main points that were discussed within REMIT. Now, on to the state of play and on to the more political aspects of that negotiation. To sum up, let me draw your attention that this was done quite quickly. Record time. Regulation, this took 3 years. We started on March 14th. The Commission had to appoint the rapporteurs, approved in July, preliminary in September, and now we're in October. And we're going to address the 2 files. A first trilogue, which was first presentation of these dossiers, then REMIT will be addressed this week, and negotiations between the Council and Parliament on its details, supported by the European Commission. And I'm convinced that we'll be able to end during the Spanish presidency until the end of the year. We'll be able to complete it, because the Council's proposals are not very different from the Parliament's one. Now, mainly the EMD, electric market design, was quite a difficult negotiation in Parliament and also with the Council. I would say, I would even mention with the Spanish government pre-presidency, and because the main rapporteur, the Spanish rapporteur, with the support of the Spanish government's position, advocated different point of views that were different from ours, a rate or a tax for the windfall taxes exclusively for vulnerable groups, mixing social policies that I do agree with, but should not be mixed with the market divine. So the government should help with their social policies, those more vulnerable populations, to adapt the market with that point of view is not correct. So these are 2 different things that should exist, but should exist as a synergy, but not design the electricity market, not design it with that purpose. That's why there are social policies. The crisis criteria, very flexible criteria, which led us to be experiencing a crisis with interference of governments. And then another question, not as much with the rapporteur, not as much, that is, we were isolated and we got the support from the liberals and others and the socialists, and finally the socialist rapporteur, and we achieved a report based on our position. So in the end, that was the process that led to such. With our arguments, we were able to convince the other rapporteur of the other groups to support us, and we were able to reach a commitment involving EPP, the Socialist Party, the Greens, and the Liberals around the initial ideas that had been presented initially by EPP that nobody thought would be possible. So many arguments, and never giving up, were we able to achieve that agreement. Finally, the council with it, and there was another problem between France and Germany in the CFD, and not nuclear, not nuclear or such, because our report is neutral to technology, and the nuclear is mentioned when there's retroactivity of those systems without demanding a new investment in these plants. We are so because of the competition law, it would be prejudicing, harming other countries which did not have that installed capacity as France. So the nuclear, non-nuclear issue again had to be thought of in terms of level playing field and so on. Now, in terms of the free competition that could work in the market. So this was the dispute that took place in the council, and an agreement was reached between France and Germany with flexibility and coordination of the Spanish presidency. It dropped its initial ideas, so played its role as presidency, and we were able to defend our position. We're very happy with that fact. We're going to wait till the end of negotiations reflected in the council, so I don't see at the moment any problem to maintain these principles, which are fundamental principles, so that the market can operate and protects both the consumers at the same time, and that attracts investment. Again, without investment, it will not be possible for the energy transition to take place, because we need to invest in grids, in storage, in energy production. So again, we cannot drive away our investment when we think of people, of protecting them, as Karen's mentioned. It's an assessment between people, the grid, and investment, and the competitiveness of our economy. And we were able to carry this out in our proposal. We're very pleased that the council has a similar proposal to ours, and we hope to end our negotiations very soon. Thank you. Again, speech was not handed in to the interpreter.
Now we are going to start with the debate.
E vamos agora iniciar o debate. Vamos
Or devote to generation and distribution of energy, and the second more relate to the consumption, to the consumers themselves. I'm going to call the members of the first panel to sit, and after I will introduce the Miguel Stuart Andrade that will do the special address. So I call António Leitão Amaro, Vice-President do PSD, and is going to be the moderator. Na primeira de todas, para ficar virado. Sim. Thank you very much, António. Teresa Ponce de Leão, President of the Board of Directors of the National Laboratory of Energy and Geology, and professor of Faculty of Engineering of University of Oporto, exactly on this area, electrical engineer grids. So thank you, Teresa. João Conceição, CEO of the REN, the National Grid. João, thank you very much. Another engineer. Hugo Oliveira is a member of the National Parliament and the Vice Chair on the Environment and the Energy Community. Guillaume Gier is Vice President in ENGIE, and I thank ENGIE for all recommendations, the many meetings that we have with many companies in Europe, and ENGIE was one of them, so thank you for the time that you have devoted to this. And Paulo Fonseca, Paulo, is Senior Legal Advisor of DECO, Portuguese Association Consumer Protection, and they are members of BEUC, the European consumers, and they were always present. We had many meetings with BEUC. They were always present in our events in Brussels. So thank you very much for your participation here and for all the support. But before we start with the debate, we have a very, very special address from Miguel Stuart Andrade. He's the CEO of our main electricity company, EDP, Electricity of Portugal. Is I would say a worldwide renowned company with more than 30 countries, I suppose. I know that Miguel is a very busy, very important man, so thank you very much. And I also want to thank also the constant help that your company and the members gave it to us, because we were always in contact. Thank you very much for the support, and I'm very pleased that you have found time to be with us. Miguel, please.
So, good morning, everyone, and I'll do my address in English, make it easy on the translators. And I start off just by thanking Maria da Graça Carvalho, really, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, and also for many of the familiar faces here in the audience, and also to the panelists. I'm sure it will be a very interesting discussion over the next hour or so. So I come from the perspective of an investor. As Maria da Graça mentioned, we invest in over 30 different countries, but we invest in 12 European countries, representing more than 80% of all the growth, whether it's in the renewables or in the distribution in Europe. And so I'm coming from that perspective of how we see this new market design, or this renewed market design. But I'd start by saying that really the energy has come up to the top of the agenda. Nowadays, well, for many different reasons, but first, it's absolutely critical to our civilization, and I think that's become very, very clear. But then also because of whether it's environmental or climate reasons, we are going through an energy transition. I think this is undeniable. We can debate how long it will take and how fast it will be, but it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think it's going to be linear. I don't necessarily think it's going to be peaceful, but I think it's a battle that we have to fight. And it's a battle, I think, that makes sense for several different reasons. Some of them have already been mentioned here, but certainly in terms of the decarbonization, all of the impact that this will have in terms of climate change. Energy security, this has also been an issue, but it's really come up on the agenda now. Energy security is at the top. We've seen this in the way that energy has been used as a weapon against Europe and all the impact that has. And then affordability. I think that's already been mentioned a couple of times. Carlos Moedas mentioned that as well. This has to be about finding the lowest cost of energy for consumers, and particularly obviously in Europe, which is what matters most for us. Just a few words on this trilemma, which is normally what we talk about. On the decarbonization, it's clear. 200 countries, almost 200 countries, signed up to the Paris Agreement in 2015. We have clear targets for 2050. The European Union has set out very clear targets for 2030. They're now probably going to begin working on targets for 2040. It is an imperative. We need to figure out the best way of doing that. And we know that renewable energy is the best way of doing that across the various different countries. Fortunately, Europe is blessed with wind, solar, hydro, raining a lot today, so that's obviously very good. We can talk about other sources of energy as well. Nuclear, for some countries that may be a solution. For many others, it won't be. That's a debate in itself. But clearly, renewables has consensus across the different European countries, and I'd say across the world, that it will definitely grow, and it will be one of the primary responsible for the decarbonization. Secondly, energy security. As I say, energy has been used as a weapon, unfortunately. I think Europe has reacted very well. I really commend the European Union, whether it's the European Commission, the Parliament, the Council, the way that they reacted. I mean, 1 year ago, or slightly over a year ago, there was all this talk about getting through the next winter. Was Europe going to collapse? Economically, we were going to go into a deeper, very deep depression. Industry was going to be wiped out. The truth is that a year later, we have got through the first winter, I would say remarkably well. We're now facing the next winter, but still, I think Europe really has pulled together, and rather than being used as a weapon against Europe, I think it's actually brought us together to a certain extent. Networks is obviously key also in this, so I think one of the points I'd also like to make is when we talk about energy security, when we talk about renewable generation and the independence that gives us, so reducing the dependence on fossil fuels from other countries outside of Europe, having more interconnection is absolutely key if we want to have an integrated and more resilient energy union. It's embarrassing that it's easier to do the Nord Stream between Russia and Germany than it is to build interconnection between Spain and France. Like, I don't understand that. And it's not something that's new. This has been talked about for decades, and we're still talking about it today. Energy affordability, again, absolutely critical. Renewables has the lowest cost of energy at the moment, whether it's solar or wind over the different countries. We see the volatility in gas prices and coal prices, depending on the geopolitics. At least you know that with renewable energy, it's predictable. You make the investment, and you can lock in the price for the next 10, 20, 30 years, and you don't get that volatility. That's why it's so important, I think, in the new market design, the concept of the CFDs and the PPAs, to really lock in that stable price for the next decades. And we've seen also the cost of energy coming down, the cost of renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind. Over the last decade, it used to be much cheaper to build with fossil fuels. Nowadays, it's undeniable. I don't think it's debatable. Many studies on that it's much cheaper to produce with renewable energy, and it keeps coming down over time. The cost of solar panels now is below the cost that it was pre-pandemic level. So we will continue to see that coming down. So in summary, I think this energy crisis has really created a sense of urgency. I mean, we had President van der Leyen a year ago talking about the need to reform the market. And I think that's what brings us to here, as Maria de Graça mentioned. Record time, absolutely incredible the way that they've been able to put together this package and put together all these proposals and discuss it and be here in October already in the trilogues. So specifically in relation to the electricity market design, it's a very important step. I think it's a very positive evolution. I don't think revolutions are good if you want to attract investment, if you want to provide stability for the deployment of hundreds of billions of euros that we will need to invest every year over the next decades. If you do a revolution, you won't be able to deploy that capital. So I think this market design, what's been done, building on the solid foundations of the last 20 years and improving it, evolving it, and giving a step forward. So I think the market works. We believe in the market. We believe in competition. We believe in making sure that we can set stable rules so that everyone has a level playing field. The market gives the right signals. We might not sometimes like those signals when the price goes up, but what it's saying is consume less, supply more. So supply and demand works, and I think we believe that. When you start distorting the market, you get all sorts of unpredictable effects that can often be counterproductive. And I think we've seen that in many other areas, not just in energy. But certainly on the energy sector, when you're investing in projects that are lasting over 30 years, we really need to make sure that we are not introducing discretionary measures, unpredictable measures, which take away the trust of investors. It means that investors step back and we don't then do the necessary investments, as Maria de Graça mentioned. So really, congratulations on the European Union. I think there is a generalized consensus across, not just at the political level, but I think across the different sectors, that really this market, this renewed market design, I think is really a good step forward, and we're certainly very supportive of it. What I would like to maybe highlight in terms of the market design that I think is particularly relevant, and Maria de Graça has already touched on some of these. Long-term contracting, long-term price signals, so keeping the short-term dispatching for day ahead, but at the same time providing that long-term price signal to make investments for 30 years. So I think that's extremely important. You need to de-risk the investments, whether it's on the distribution side, on the network side, whether it's on the generation side. We need to have that long-term visibility. And that brings prices down. It takes risk, and it makes it more competitive for consumers. And so that translates into lower prices for consumers, which is the ultimate goal. Capacity payments, extremely important, particularly as you start getting more intermittency, making sure you can have backup power, you can have flexible capacity, you can have storage, you can have demand-side management. All of these are important concepts. They will need to be reinforced, but it's extremely important as part of this new market design that those concepts are also addressed. Finally, just touching on another point, I think it's important that also that they didn't incorporate some of these extraordinary and discretionary measures as a structural part of that design. And I think, as Maria Graça Carvalho mentioned, one thing is to protect vulnerable consumers, and we're fully supportive of that, but it's a completely different thing to design a market that works independently of those political choices that are made. And the marginal pricing signal, works for many different markets. People talk about the electricity market, but marginal pricing works for any commodity. It's a basic economic reality and let's say in design. So if it works for many other sectors, it should also work for electricity, and it's a tried and proven model which should be, let's say, further consolidated. So we think that that's important, and phasing out these extraordinary measures, I think, is extremely important to basically eliminate these distortions that we have. What's missing or what can be potentially still improved, I think there are still barriers between the forward energy markets, between different countries. At that level, we are still a collection of many different countries. We need to come together. We know of all the benefits that Europe has by being an integrated and more unified market. So I think that's definitely one area that we can still progress further on. So a European forward market. More and better interconnection, I've already talked about that. Avoid the risk of over-regulation, specifically interventions, for example, on retail prices, imposing to have fixed price contracts for suppliers. Again, some of these measures can sometimes be counterproductive. The intention is good, but it can actually be counterproductive sometimes in terms of the price signals and to the consumers and just generally the incentives that are given for demand optimization. Finally, I think on another point, as you have more renewables, which is definitely going to happen, this increased supply and demand, flexibility in supply and demand. So having more mechanisms for the management of demand, I think, is extremely important. For example, in markets like in the UK market or even in the US market, those markets are already very sophisticated from that perspective. In Europe, we still don't have those markets fully consolidated. I think we can do more there, and I think that's very important. Supply and demand works, but you shouldn't just work on the supply side. You need to also work on the demand side and how you can manage demand to match the supply. And if I can manage my air conditioning so it's on when energy is cheap and it's off, it doesn't make a big difference in terms of the temperature of the room, but in terms of managing the electricity throughout the system, and I'm sure João Conceição can talk a lot more about that, it makes it just much easier, much more efficient for everybody. Many other aspects I could go into, but I'm sure the panel will take care of that. I'll just say that really it's important to have come to this point so quickly to reduce the speculation, to reduce the uncertainty in the market. Because to be honest, I think when we heard a year ago that there was going to be a radical market reform, I think that scared a lot of people. And when investors don't know what are the rules that they're going to have, then they don't invest. And we need to be investing 2 or 3 times more than what we have been investing in the past to actually drive this energy transition. So I think it's definitely very positive. We certainly as investors appreciate it. Looking forward, I think it's crucial to focus on the implementation. I think Europe has been, as I say, it's taken fantastic leadership. It's really been very strong in terms of having that vision, coming out with strong recommendations. I can't necessarily say the same thing about many of the member states. Execution continues to be an issue. So I commend the European Union on the leadership, on the ground where we work. A lot of that hasn't translated. I believe the clean energy package from 2018 or 19 still hasn't been transposed, and we're in 2023. So the transposition of many of these laws, they can't just stay at that abstract European level. They need to be translated into the member states. Otherwise, we won't get the faster permitting, the faster licensing, the interconnections, all of that. Execution is key. And it's important to have the guidelines, it's important to have the legislations, it's important to have the recommendations, But if you don't execute, if you don't translate that to the national level, to the regional level, to the local level, we won't be able to invest with the speed that is necessary. So I think execution and implementation is absolutely critical. The simplified and stable regulatory environment is absolutely critical. Constant interventions in the market are not conducive to good investment. And so in relation to the simplification, standardization, digitalization, I talk about this a lot, but really there's a lot that needs to be done. And so I think not just at the European level, but at the member state level, and I think many people in this room, that is where I think the big obstacles are still there. So finally, just strong political support, I think, to continue driving this energy transition, to make sure that this happens, that we meet the European goals. I think that's critical. Certainly from the company sides, we're here to execute, we're here to make things happen within the legislative and regulatory framework that is set by the European Union and by the member states. But we are certainly willing to step forward and step up to get things done. So all we need is also your support and your help. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Miguel. It's always a great pleasure to engage with you and listen to you from your viewpoint, naturally from a company, but a great investor worldwide. And Miguel is, of course, as you all notice, a very smart person as well. And so it is a pleasure, an honor for us to have you here. We have to move on quickly, of course, because we are short on time. We now proceed to our panel. We begin with a guest that is speaking online, Leonard Birnbaum, the president of Euroelectric. All speakers have between 3 and 5 minutes. I will be strict when we reach the 5 minutes. Of course, you can speak either in Portuguese or English as you prefer. And please, so I think we can go to Leonard. Thank you very much, Leonard. Please, go on.
Yeah, good morning. So I cannot choose. I have to speak English. So good morning from my side. Thanks for having me. I will just build on what Miguel just said, and I speak in my position as the president of Euroelectric. For us, it was extremely important that the electricity market design avoids unnecessary uncertainty. And it's actually good that we are now in a position that we have a proposal on the table that in our eyes can now work, but we have to make sure that we now also discuss all topics and we make sure that we go also into details. Let me just mention 5 things. Number 1, we have CFDs in place that have been discussed a lot. Let's be very clear. We as an industry don't want retroactive applications and we don't want mandatory retroactive applications because that finally and forever destroys investor certainty. And we have heard that we have to invest a lot. So we also support contractual freedom to actually add additional instruments on a voluntary basis. So that's number 1. Number 2, in the same part, certainty is also related to what extraordinary measures do we see. So we therefore are also supportive of, as fast as possible, phasing out emergency measures when the conditions allow for that. And second, to have very clear criteria when to introduce emergency measures again. And so we support any proposal that defines clear criteria and doesn't leave it to the discretion of each individual member state to define when a crisis is the case. Because that, again, creates uncertainty. Uncertainty undermines investor confidence, and undermined investor confidence translates into less investments. Next point is, I want to emphasize that we have seen that the market works, but that our infrastructure is not sufficient in many areas. And so we also don't need to invest only in renewables. We massively need to invest into infrastructure. And we should not lose the chance to make a meaningful change on power grids in the discussion on electricity market design. The EU Commission has picked up this topic already. They had a high-level event in Brussels happening a few weeks ago. We commend the EU Commission for that initiative, but we would also ask all parties involved to make sure that we also think about the investments in the grid side. For every euro that we invest in renewables, we have at least €0.5 that we have to invest into the grids. Plus, the grids are the place where the electrification of industry happens, where hydrogen happens, where e-mobility happens. And therefore, it's important that we think about this infrastructure in an anticipatory way, and we are not behind the wave with the investments. Last point, when we go now to the consumer side, it is important that we protect consumers, but especially vulnerable consumers. But Miguel said it well, yeah? We should not suppress the market signals as a result while doing that. And if we put, for example, obligations on the table, it's clear that these obligations have a price. And so we should just make sure there are political choices that can be made, but there should be an equal distribution of benefits and risks. And I'll just give you one example. It is possible to protect customers by introducing regulated prices. But then actually retailers have no business case and can't do their job. It is possible to put additional obligations on suppliers of last resort. But then they need to increase the margin they're making because there are costs arising from that which need to be paid by somebody. And to be very clear, the balance sheet of any company in the market is not big enough to cope with that. So in that sense, I think we have a good starting base, and it's now just really important that we also think about all the measures on grid retail side, not only in the generation side, but that we get the details right also on those decisions in the trilogue that are now on the table. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leonard, also for your conciseness. And so now we move to Teresa Ponce Leão, who is the president of LENEG. Please, por favor, Teresa.
I need the micro. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation, and especially to Maria da Graça Carvalho. It's an honor to be here, to participate in this conference where I already learned a lot from the previous speeches. I would like to start by telling that it's not time for selfies, as you said, José Manuel Fernandes. It's time for collaboration. And I think that what we have seen so far, we still need to see what will be in the end. It's a collaboration between the Parliament, between the Council, and between all the countries that took part of the Council. We are really facing the energy trilemma, where we have to take care of the consumers, the environment, and the economy, but we also have to take care of security and European industrialization, so that our Europe becomes more independent from the other countries. We are in the interplay of the two blocks, facing huge uncertainties in Europe, and really Europe needs to be united and develop solutions that are efficient for its citizens. And this need to accelerate the renewable investments, but also industrialization and protection to consumers. We need to be innovative in regulation, and in my opinion this is the case, this piece of work. And why is this innovative? Because it's science-based. And coming from a research and technology operator, I really advocate that all decisions decisions from politicians have to be science-based. That's what we do. There is investment to develop science, And what we like to do is to return that investment to society through innovation. So congratulations, this is innovative regulation. And allowing investments in all forms of renewables, not looking at anyone in particular. Sorry. We have facing an energy crisis since 2022, and 2022 was really the peak of the energy crisis, and we have to tackle those spiking prices and also some windfall profits, but we have to be very flexible and creative, and at the same time we should not, as Miguel said, not to change the rules suddenly. Investors need to have clear rules, clear, transparent, but steady rules. And so it's, for me, a pleasure to see that the theory of Fred Schwepp, the father of the marginal theory that it's what rules our markets, is maintained with intelligent innovation to solve the other problems of consumers, renewable investment, and competitiveness. I think I'm almost reaching 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Teresa. So we heard from the research side, we heard from the production business side, and now João will give us a perspective from the Portuguese dominant monopolist, actually, transportation company, and so electricity transportation company. So please, João, go ahead.
Well, good morning to you all. I would like to start by thanking Professora Graça Carvalho and EPP for this invitation. I think we are actually living a unique moment, a moment of big transition in our lives with all these changes. And at the same time, suddenly we have all the issues into the same equation. As a TSO, one of the key issues that it was repeated here become one priority. I think the fact of the security of supply until recent moments was almost forgotten, and we suddenly realize, as it was said before, that keeping the lights on, it's not for granted anymore. So we have to work for keeping the lights always on. The second point is the energy policy in Europe has always been in the leading edge of this important change. And I think the example that we are discussing today on the electricity market design is another big lesson Europe is giving the world, and we should keep on insisting on that heading and the sub-headings that are implicit in this policy. Namely, I think it's we might discuss if the pace of development should be faster or slower, but I think no one questions that renewables are the future, and we will be an inevitable part of the equation. But with renewables come some important challenges. And as the TSO, and to avoid repeating some of the good aspects that are proposed in this change or this development of the market design, namely the long-term signals for investments, the PPAs, the CFDs that were already spoken here, the fact that we should keep the short-term signals on the marginal pricing that was also spoken here, the protection on consumers, and so on. I would like to focus on two aspects which I believe are very much important. The first one is renewables comes with a challenge of volatility. And to face that volatility, I think that if not the most important one, but at least one of the most important antidote for this volatility, it's flexibility. We need to introduce flexibility into the energy equation. And that flexibility, it's a very open and wide word that encloses the fact that we must go from the traditional way we see energy, like with the traditional players, into something that affects all of us. When we say that we are nowadays prosumers, we must stick actually to this idea of prosumers. We need to have demand-side management in the equation. We need to have instruments that allows the management of the grid sufficiently robust, economically and technically speaking, to avoid the lack and the issues of lack of energy. So flexibility is a key word that we need to consider. The second key word are grids or networks, as you want to put it. Everyone says this, it's a must. We have to have them. But the fact is that what we see in reality is that networks are lagging behind the development of what is needed. And not because of the operators are lazy or because they don't want to invest. It's because there are several challenges and several difficulties that we face, and to put into operation a new grid or on an upgrade on existing grid. And for us, grids are absolutely key, because if they are not there, all what we are trying to implement into the market design will have a strong risk of having its results as the background or the support, the physical support isn't available on due time. So picking up a little bit the last part of Miguel's speech, and which I identify fully. First, I think if we are in this room, it means that we believe in the market, and so we should keep insisting on having the market to lead this development. But the second thing is the implementation. I think Europe has demonstrated that it's capable of being in the leading edge of this huge transformation. But I will borrow a sentence from a famous sport brand to ask you, just do it.
Thank you very much. And you just did it on time. So now we move to the political perspective, and we will hear from Hugo Oliveira, who is the Vice President of the PSD Parliamentary Group in charge of the issues of energy and environment. So please, Hugo, go ahead. English or Portuguese, as you feel like.
Okay. Thank you for the invite, Professor. I will talk in Portuguese. To the point.
Okay, now let me mention a more political perspective. And as you know, we're the opposition, scrutinizing the government activity. We're accompanying this energetic process in different angles, of course, within a certain horizon. After this brief intervention, I'd like to mention some aspects which are relevant in this reform. They all start with our resilience, renewables, and regulation. Then I'd like to speak later on about an equation. On resilience, with these legislative amendments, the European wants a more resilient market capable of protecting the consumers from volatility, and to deepen this market. We need to guarantee the electricity produced being commercialized, transported in more encompassing aspects in geographic areas. Let me mention that in Portugal, Portugal has its own specificity in terms of a full-fledged participation. We cannot forget the basic aspects relating to the geographies, evolution of our system. Portugal continues on being affected by the bottlenecks, that is the energy interconnections as well, and we know this that we're aware of. In the last decade, we've been evolving not sufficiently in terms of the interconnection projects in the Iberian Peninsula, regardless from the several summits carried out with the pomp and circumstance announcements on the France-Portugal agreement. Now, this reference is wake-up call. That is, it's known of what has been lagging behind in that process with prejudice for consumers and other. It depends on the degree of interconnection in the European market. Related to the renewables, the reform seeks to encourage the increase of production from renewables, that is decarbonization of the economy. Now, it's going to demand a greater flexibility in terms of grids, functioning rules of the new types of contracts foreseen. It's essential to guarantee these reinforcements to receive energy produced by new producing centers with a permitting dimension. And once again, going back to the Portuguese reality, there are bottlenecks lagging behind in the grid permitting, which limits our energy potential in renewables, as well as the energy transition is also there are also bottlenecks, so the effectiveness of the reform foreseen in terms of implementation can be limited by these bottlenecks upstream. Let me emphasize that energy transition cannot be used as a pretext for the destruction of the ecosystem and to ignore the concerns of local population. We need better decision-making processes. There are questions related to storage where we need to invest in a more concrete way to obtain resilience in the system, and the European reform is following the right track, but the state has to do its own homework. You can not only promise support, we have to take advantage of the best moments to take action. Regulation, strengthening regulation entails a greater interaction between the European Agency of Regulator Cooperation and the regulating authorities of the member states. It's critical in terms of supervision, scrutiny, transparency, with our citizen monitoring the market, data collection, detecting potential abuse will be fundamental to guarantee a greater integration between technological platforms where commercialization, electricity marketization is carried out in terms of manipulation. Once again, to link this to the national reality, our challenges, more active, demanding regulation entails changes to be able to face these new challenges from a political viewpoint. Very important to ensure a level playing field between different agents in the sector where rules are clear and barriers to investment innovations are removed, suppressed, safeguarding the rights and needs of consumers by protecting also the ecosystem's values. And this energy regulation can question the study, taking into account the this study from Manuel Santos Foundation, what are the risks? We are before erratic decisions with a lack of transparency on the tariffs, and the decision to increase the tariff depth to 1.2 billion euros is elusive in a certain way, because the consumer will pay for this later on with interest. Let me get to equation govern plus E. So it's a government with decision and lack of them. Lack of these decisions. I'm almost finishing. The consumption with lower voltage, 5 years. PRR projects lagging behind. Bidding at different levels, and there are projects to be implemented. The offshore wind farm with with no financial grounds and so on. So none of these projects were yet capable to show what is the difference between public and private investment. A price policy which has been hidden under reform, ongoing reform, shows risks, but it's also an opportunity for the EU and also very clearly for Portugal. We saw the propaganda in terms of energy production in Portugal, in fact, really needs a serious, independent, specialized exercise of production and energy aspects. Thank you, Hugo. Let me say that the gentleman was speaking extremely fast.
So now I will pass the floor to Guillaume Gillet, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs of ENGIE. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And I have to say that Miguel and Leonard make my life easy because I can share 100% of what they said. So thanks a lot for the introduction. We have the same issue. Huh? We are a European company. We are in almost 10 European countries, including Portugal and Spain. So that's why it is crucial for us to have a market that works. That's very key. And we are proud to have created a European champion with EDPR, Ocean Wind, and I think this is also the result of Europe, creating this kind of main stakeholders. Coming maybe more into some concrete points of the trilogues, because now we are entering this crucial phase. Let me just focus on a few ones. So PPA, I think that everything has been said. This is crucial for us, stability, visibility. And what the European Parliament put on the table, meaning the guarantee scheme, is a very, very good idea, because I think it will support strongly such an instrument. CFD, I'm French, so Esther said this morning that there is an elephant in the room. This is a French elephant, I guess. So I don't look like an elephant, but Macron elephant. No, just to say that we fully agree with what Leonard said, and non-mandatory, no retroactivity, because it creates uncertainty. Maybe one point before applause. I think that the French system is a very specific one. When you have one producer producing 90% of electricity, it could make sense to have a sharing of this, let's say, national property. So that's maybe the small exception that I would make, but we can come back to that. Another point, your position on the captation of the infra-marginal rent is a good one at the European Parliament. This is a killer for investment. So this is the typical incarnation of uncertainty for investment. So, and I'm French again, still, and you know that the French Parliament voted the prolongation of this captation, and that's bad news. So let's kill that. Maybe a more technical point rapidly, the virtual hubs. So I know that nobody understands what they are, more or less, even ACER, even utilities. Your position, again, is very wise. Impact assessment, and you don't undertake anything without having a clear vision of what it could provide. Capacity mechanism, again, I think that you are more courageous at this stage than the Council. We need that. That's a question of security of supply. So we need to think about making it more systematic in the system, because it's going to be crucial. Flexibility, I don't have anything to add to what was said. Maybe what we miss today, it's a business model for that. Because today, remuneration of flexibility is still an issue. So I think that we can still work on that. Grid connection, again, everything has been said. Just an example, in France, we have 11 gigawatts of renewable capacity that is still waiting for connection to the grid. 11 gigawatts. That's huge. And only because of the issue that we are facing in that field. And on consumers, fully agree with Leonard. You have to strike a balance between protecting benefit for consumers and the risk that we are taking as suppliers. We hedge some volumes for the consumers. If they can change every day, every minute of supplier, it creates huge uncertainties for us. and huge costs that we will have to socialize in a way or another with other clients. So that's why I fully understand the social dimension and you know, masterizing the prices, but please think about the suppliers and the risk and the constraint that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, for bringing a reasonable French voice to the table. And I will now move to our last speaker, with Paulo Fonseca, who brings us a very important perspective, which was always referred to in previous discussions, but as we want the stakeholder to speak for itself, which is the view of consumers. And Paulo is a senior legal advisor for DECO, which is the main Portuguese consumer association, and floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Usually consumers are more, I can find the word consumers on the speeches, on the legislative process, but it's very difficult on the political side, on the implementation, to find really the word consumers. But just to give you three main ideas, because I only have 5 minutes. I'm not going to discuss the volatility of prices, the impact of the energy crisis on consumers. We are all aware of this. But I would like to pinpoint the fact that with the energy crisis, we find out that we still need a coherent framework in terms of consumer protection. And this means that we need access, and consumers need access to different tariffs, which is very interesting because what happened, not in Portugal, because most of the consumers still have a situation of fixed term contracts or fixed price contracts, but in other countries, in other member states, other organizations reported that consumers, during the energy crisis, were faced the fact that some of their contracts were indexed to the wholesale market, and they found out with the increase of the prices that they could not turn out to, for example, a fixed term or fixed price contract. So the idea that this reform of the electricity market could bring the possibility for consumers to get access to all kinds of tariffs and all kinds of different contracts, it's clearly important. It's a good signal for consumers. But consumers also want, not only in terms of getting more access to different tariffs, but also contractual stability. And this happened in Portugal. Usually consumers were affected to one retailer and they had a 1-year contract, and then at the end of the year it would be renewed. But with the energy crisis, retailers begin to change the terms of the contract, and the consumers were apparently stuck to 3-month periods of contracts, and then the price would increase. And this was not really a good factor and not a really good signal for consumers. And there is another, and I think in Portugal there is still this elephant on the room, because we were speaking in elephants, which is the switch. Consumers usually in Portugal don't want to switch retailers because of not only the stability of price, but also the difficulties they find when they try to switch. We still have retailers that have a 3-week period to switch. If we are discussing the reform of the market, new technologies, please make sure that consumers can, for example, switch on a 24-hour period. It's clearly important for them. And it also in terms of competition. So we need to enhance and to ensure that consumers can move across the energy market. And then we talked about flexibility, and it's clearly important, flexibility, because one of the issues that were clearly important in terms of this proposal of the regulation in terms of the electricity market is the idea that consumers could have at the same time access to several retailers. And this is a very good and very interesting idea, because I want to be a consumer that, for example, I could have a retailer with a fixed price contract for all of the main appliances that I do have in my household. But for example, for a heat pump or in terms of my electric vehicle, could have access to another retailer at the same time, and for example, to have different tariffs and choosing the type of tariff that is related to my profile. So this is a very interesting idea. But we have to take into account that we need the necessary technology for that. And just to give you that there are still member states that are beginning the process of the rollout of the smart meters. We do have the rollout of the smart meters already occurring, but I think that in 2024, the majority of consumers will have a smart meter, but not all consumers still will have access, for example, to smart grids. So we need to make them to work in an interconnected way, so that I could have this situation of having different retailers at the same time. And speaking of flexibility and turning out also to the engagement, consumer engagement is also a key issue for us, and it's clearly important. And we have been discussing the idea of the renewables, which is clearly important for consumers or self-consumers, for example, to get access to renewables. And also speaking about energy communities, energy sharing is clearly important. But in Portugal, it's not really a reality, because when we think about renewals or self-consumption, it's not clearly addressed for consumers. It's more addressed to other kinds of consumers. So we need to take that into account, and we need to make sure that those who have access to self-consumption units, for example, the installation of a solar panel in the household, those who have that access could to these renewables, we need to improve their capacity in terms of access, simplify the access, the remuneration, that they could be remunerated for that, and also in terms of storage, we need to improve the technology and to ensure that they have the capacity for storage. But we also need to protect those who cannot engage or don't want to engage in terms of energy sharing. So the idea of energy communities, for example, or energy citizens communities, this is clearly important, but we also need to create a coherent framework in terms of consumer protection also for these kinds of energy communities. My organization has been working with municipalities in the creation of housing and energy hubs in order to help not only to promote these new technologies for consumers, but to engage them into new ways to ensure that they have more stability in terms of energy price, but again, related to the housing issues. And this, also, I would like to address the fact that when we speak about energy sharing, and the proposal relates the energy sharing with the energy poverty and the situation of vulnerable consumers. And of course, this is really important, but this will not solve the problem of energy poverty. And we need to begin to say that energy poverty is not really related to consumers that are in a vulnerable economic situation. Just to give you an idea, Portugal is on the top 5 of countries.
Idea.
Oh, it's a final idea. We are in the top 5 in terms of energy poverty. So we need to have an overall approach, a holistic approach on that, not only in terms of energy, but in other areas, of course. And just to end, we also need coherence and ambition in terms of the legislative process. In Portugal, we are still transposing the electric directive in terms of the clean package.
Thank you.
So let me see the other way.
Thank you very much, Paulo. So now we'll have a necessarily brief period of debate with the audience. And I will pass the floor for whoever likes to register. So we have 2, and it will be only 2, okay? And we will use the European Parliament rules in terms of time slot, so it will be 1.5 minutes to raise questions or brief comments, okay? So Pedro Sampaio Nunes first, here in the second floor. Second row.
Thank you. A brief comment. I'm absolutely surprised. I must see the blue panel to believe that I'm on the EPP. It's exactly like it was in the socialist group on the Greens. We are defending the same model of the Germans, the energy vendor, that we can satisfy our needs with only renewables. This is impossible. The majority of the member states are refusing this model because of these huge needs of infrastructure that will not happen, simply. The huge needs of critical materials that will not happen, that we are passing our economy and industry to China. This is
crazy. Hopefully, France and Sweden and Poland and Italy and Finland and Czech Republic and Slovenia and Slovakia are raising the flag. And this model that was approved by the Council and by the European Parliament will allow that the elephant in the room that is nuclear will be discussed and will come. But how it is possible that in Portugal we are avoiding to discuss nuclear? Speaking about generation and distribution, this is for me totally crazy. My question is, how is it possible that no one raised the question of nuclear, not even our French friend?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pedro. Our guests will have opportunity to respond. I would just briefly recall that Maria Graça Carvalho, in her statement, reminded that the approach that she's defending in EPP is a technology-neutral approach. And we are so open to discuss all technologies that Pedro was the first to speak. Please, a gentleman, por favor. 1 minuto e meio.
Miguel Lourenço.
Apresentação Miguel Lourenço. I worked in the 400 kilowatt project, voltage dominating Europe on energy distribution, concerning engenharia concessão, dispatching regarding a specific case. I do not have the CPE, which was attributed to my neighbors, and strangely enough, I was the building manager with a voltage for 6 lamps, 6 kVA. So I reduced to 1.15. There was no quota for that voltage. I complained to the president that this power voltage had been made available, but there was no conclusion along these lines. So I have a building with no electricity in Portugal, 2023. I pay taxes, no energy, no power. Following the project, which was considered in 1976. This was what I wanted to mention in terms of distribution consumer solution. Meters, smart meters. So you have to, smart meters, merit is to prolong, is to be able to read what is the electricity. Fine, you used your time. You mentioned an important concern. Since you were quite succinct, I see one more person who's raised their hand. So it's going to be our last speaker. You have 1 minute and a half, and then we're going to pass the floor to others. So energy is a unifying concept. Nothing can be done without energy. So we work in the energy sector. Since we work in the energy sector, we should work together because we're working in favor of the same objective, and this is also applied to Europe. And not to say that the Iberian Peninsula, as it was mentioned, be a peninsula. From an energy point of view, it's not an island, it's a peninsula. Now, about energy, as we know, electricity is top, high-end, that is. And investing in the grid is a priority. And the question is, why is there a concept of distribution, transport it's exactly the same thing. It's from a scientific technical point of view, we need a grid for renewables, which are being highly developed, as was mentioned by the friend and colleague, and we also need an investment in nuclear energy, if that is the case. In terms of what was mentioned,
Listen, I will ask them to use
and
to either respond to the questions raised by the audience or comment on others' points or final remarks that you wanna bring us. So please, I will follow I would say the same order of the panel, and we go to Leonard online.
Thank you, and sorry that I can't be in the room. First, on nuclear, I would just say it's a big elephant in Germany, you can believe me, and I just shut down one of the best nuclear power stations in the world, ISA 2. But I think that's a national choice. So from a Euroelectric perspective and also from an energy perspective, it's clear that nuclear is an important prerequisite for keeping the system stable, and especially in the next 2 decades, a lifetime extension of existing nuclear is probably something that will help us to make any transition. So let's just leave it there, and then any nation needs to make its own choices. This is as the European framework provides it. I would just like to repeat my 3 points in different words and comment on Paulo Fonseca. I said first, uncertainty hurts investments, avoid it as much as possible. And that is also, and that was, reiterated in a number of comments. And I just want to add, it's not only uncertainty for generation investments, but also uncertainty for grid investments. The second I said is infrastructure matters. We need more of that. And I just want to comment to build on what we heard from Guillaume and also from Ren. It's not only the TSO and the interconnection, it's actually also the distribution and the DSO level. Because, for example, in countries like Germany, we struggle more on the distribution level than on the transmission level. And the same is true in a number of Eastern European markets. E.ON, my company, is active in 8 markets as a grid operator. And the last one is obligations have a price. So therefore, be careful when designing them. And for example, if I just go for Paulo, you mentioned first, there's a desire for customers to have stability, 12 months contract, not 3 months, not a shortening. Then you said, at the same time, it's actually nice if customers could switch on a 24-hour basis. You can have both, but then there needs to be a termination fee of the contract, because otherwise the retailer always makes a loss. And if you always make a loss with a business, then obviously you can't actually operate that business. So therefore, I think we can discuss all of those proposals, but we need to very carefully design them. Same is true, for example, in energy communities. We think this is a great opportunity, but if you introduce energy communities without any consideration to bottlenecks in the system, then you just socialize the cost of those bottlenecks to everybody. So energy communities benefit. Everybody else needs to pay higher prices. And this is just what I want to make. Obligations have a price. Be careful in designing them. Infrastructure matters. You can't have too much. Underinvestment is more expensive than overinvestment, and therefore avoid uncertainty, because we need all of that investment.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Teresa?
Thank you. I would like, first of all, answer Pedro Sampaio Nunes, because I read carefully the proposal. And the proposal is technological agnostic. So we have room for all technologies. Of course, we have the basis situation. And in each project, we have to evaluate the impacts of the results. Maybe we are not in the situation that, in the case of Portugal, we can build big nuclear power plants. Maybe we can go for the SMR technology. It depends on the impact assessment of all those projects. I like to say that for everything we do, for every project we have in front, we should calculate, evaluate impacts, so that we can have steady advice for the investment. That's one, and that's something I really liked in this proposal, because it's based on a tool that evaluated impacts. So the proposals did not come from the blue, but come from a study that gave results to the conclusions for the revising of the electricity market, which is complex, very complex, but if we have the correct indicators based on scientific evaluation, we will have a sunny future.
Thank you very much, João. You even have an opportunity to receive a customer complaint. But of course, that's not what you came here for. Please go ahead.
Well, I will continue in English, and regarding this customer complaint, unless you want to connect above 150 kilovolts, I think I'm not the right entity to answer to your complaint, because we are a little bit above of your complaint. Although I totally understand the issue, and believe me, if there is a frustration that we have in REN, is not to allow to connect everyone that knocks at our door. The second point I would like to mention is this TSO-DSO split, and I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the way that the sector is evolving, and the way we are building this idea of prosumers, the way we want to increase the issues of flexibility, of course, the frontier between transmission system operator or distribution system operator is more and more artificial. It's in the end, it's all about networks, and I totally share that the issue is not exclusively within the transmission system operator, but it's the transmission system operator and the distribution system operator. And what concerns to investments in grids, I always leave these events like this with a big question mark in my head. It's if it's so obvious that we need grids, why are they not happening? And I will tell you why they are not happening, for two reasons. Because grids operators present their investment plans, and I challenge the audience, how many of you have answered to this public consultation that is done regarding the grid's development? Second issue, if it's a no-brain question about the benefit, the economic benefit that grids bring, and I think we all agree that there is no economic benefit, grids have a characteristic, is that when you build them, they are costly. And the advantage, they are going to be paid all over the time. So this is just, I would say, finding a financial mechanism to adjust the two dimensions, the upfront investment on the grids and the payment. Because we keep always saying that we need grids. Each time the operators present the investment plans, there is an almost unanimously position saying they are too expensive. So we need to find, like Professora Graça Carvalho mentioned in the speech, a clear and a clever way to finance this grid. If it's not the consumer, let's find other instruments to finance these grids, as they are an absolutely priority to deblock many of the problems that we have. The second issue with grids, and I think my colleague here mentioned, it's about licensing. To license a grid, we take more than 10 years, and it's getting longer and longer. I'm the first one to recognize that when we build up an electricity overhead line, or as a substation, or a pipeline, there is an impact. It would be utopic to say that we can build grids and no one will notice. No, there is an impact. an impact on environment, an impact on the territory. There is an impact. The issue here is that we have to balance if the impact or the negative part of the impact is not overtaken by the benefit of that grid. And there are solutions to minimize those impacts. We can go underground in terms of the electricity grids, but again, they are more costly. So this is something that we should seriously discuss if it's an issue that is kind of constraining the faster development of the electricity market. Then, sorry to be so direct, let's be serious in this discussion. Let's not say it because it's nice to be said and then put it below the table. Regarding, just to 30 seconds to conclude, regarding nuclear, we are more than agnostic. We are forbidden by law to benefit one technology or another, or one customer or one stakeholder versus another. So I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you very much, João. Hugo.
Obrigado, António.
Thank you. I was quite assertive earlier on different issues, but let me reiterate how important that Portugal does its homework for several reasons. That is, permitting is quite a concern. That's why I wanted to mention what I did. But allow me to make two references. The necessary struggle to poverty energy. We need to be clear what has to be done. And also, this about energy poverty, we need to follow energy efficiency. It has to be a priority. It's useless to produce more, regardless of its origin, if afterwards we're not sufficient. So our investment should be clearly along the lines of getting good results. And I'd like to end by saying, and it's important to also understand concerning mobility, where it's quite there's quite a lot of difficulty. We need to move forward, a step forward, that is, and we need to also include mobility in what I've just mentioned.
So first of all, I have nothing against nuclear. I have spent 15 years of my professional life in the sector, so and I used to talk with you when you were at DGNR, so no problem on my side. Just one point in terms of supply. If you take a picture in Europe today, you have 2 reactors under construction. So you have Flamanville in France and Hinkley Point in the UK, so it's not the EU, but Olkiluoto is over. But now it means that you will not have a single new electrons coming from nuclear till 2035, maybe 2040. Because honestly, I'm French, so I can tell you how long it could be to build a nuclear reactor. So now, if you want to bet on that, you have to bet on the lifetime extension, and this is what France wants to do. You have to bet on renewables, and you have to bet on energy efficiency and sobriety. There is no other solutions till 2035. So we have to bet on nuclear, but today you cannot oppose the 2 renewables and nuclear. They have to live together, and it's a question of decarbonization and a question of security of supply. That's the situation. Personal experience at ENGIE, so you know that we are operator in Belgium. And I can tell you that for developing nuclear energy, for operating nuclear energy, you have to be strongly backed politically. That's the essential condition. And we are discussing with the Belgian government to extend the lifetime of our reactors. So we experience that day to day. And that's the reason why France decided to buy 100% of EDF, because you have to be strongly backed by the political landscape. So that's a condition for nuclear. Just coming back on the electricity market design, France has invested hugely in nuclear sector, and I fully understand that they want to take the benefit of that. But that's, again, a very specific and special situation because you have 75% of your electricity coming from nuclear. So that you have no equivalent in the world in terms of electricity mix, to such a dominating position. So that's why this is maybe the exception that we have to get in the EMD. And getting out of nuclear, fully agree with Leonard. I think that distribution is also a huge issue, and I just would like to point out that this is an industrial challenge. And when we talk about energy transition, we talk about producing, but we will have to make in parallel all this effort in terms of production, having the human resources, because it's a key point for building nuclear capacity, for instance, and having materials, everything. So that's really key in the future, and we will have to get several major challenges in terms of industry in the future. So let's keep in mind that TSO, DSO, everybody of the energy system is involved in this challenge.
Paul, thank you. Guillaume?
Thank you. I would like to comment my colleague from Euroelectric, just to say that for me, stability and flexibility can go hand in hand. So I don't think there is clearly a problem on that. And also about termination fees, which is clearly a topic very interesting. My organization is not against termination fees by principle. What we consider is that we don't agree with termination fees when there is no justification for that, when there is a risk of the energy provider, and also we don't agree on transferring costs in the termination fees that are already covered on the energy price. So this is an important issue. And what we don't agree is that the energy provider has the possibility to charge the consumer a termination fee, but if the energy provider wants to terminate the contract, there is no way to compensate the consumer for that. So we need to create this coherence between the consumer and also the retail or the energy provider. Finally, I think I have 30 seconds, I don't know, but just to say that we also need to begin the discussions, because there is another provision on the proposal, which is the risk of disconnections and the possibility that member states could introduce measures to prevent disconnections for situations of vulnerability. There are already member states, I think France already has a ban in terms of disconnections, at least from a certain period. In Portugal, we don't have. We have a system that prevents a situation of disconnection, but again, it is possible. This is something that we need to discuss, because on the first hand, we want to protect consumers that are in a situation of vulnerability, and what we don't want is to transfer the costs of, for example, the suspension of disconnection, also social tariffs to consumers. And I think that is an important issue that needs to be discussed. In Portugal, the social tariffs are financed not by the consumers, but the producers. And but there are already discussions in changing this situation. And this is something that needs to be taken into account in the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulo, and thank you all our guest speakers. It was a pleasure and an honor and a privilege to have you here. I will just finalize this panel in Portuguese.
So obviously this is quite an important debate to nurture our parliamentarians. In the end, what were some of the key takeaways? What were the key takeaway conveyed by Graça, Pilar, Manela, Nuno? There's a work to continue to defend legislation based on the principles of market social economy, market but social, to defend these principles. Market means the market means that the idea of efficient generation, decentralized, will generate more for all. That public intervention, when it's discretionary, has very huge problems, generates distortions, captures leases, underuse of transportation, interconnections. And that is why we're a European party whose principle follows a logic in the energy sector, follows a market logic, a market rationale. Several appeals were made, appeals or pleas, to have a national public intervention here where there's an unacceptable ability of governments of guaranteeing physical interconnectivity, and the Iberian case is quite striking. The reason, and using an argument which was mentioned by João, why isn't it done? Because of political blockages motivated by sectors which feel protected. A second point, national implementation, critical decisions that can make the market more predictable, more stable, safe, secure for others. But there are different interventions that can provide guaranteed leases, prices, in rigidity prices. So we're a party of a social market economy with two dimensions. This entails with a regulation which should guarantee technological regulation, compromised, committed to internalize externalities, but should also guarantee that the prices are competitive, fair, and that there is no maximization, rent accumulation of those close to the power to certain technology. That is why we are asking that be guaranteed a good, healthy, open, free, efficient, fair economic regulation in the energy sector. And we trust you, all European parliamentarians, with the responsibility you have as Graça Carvalho, this be carried out in the next month to come, to make sure that it does happen.
Sim. Temos coffee break.
Let's go for coffee. We will reconvene 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Não está ligado. It's not working. No, but is it working?
Sim, sim. Sim, sim, está a funcionar.
Can I ask everyone to sit, please? Okay. So we are going to start with the second panel that is devoted more to the consumers. It's called Energy for Industry and Citizens. And I'm going to call the members of the panel, starting with the moderator, Hugo Carvalho, that is a member of the National Parliament in the Committee of Environment and Energy, our president of mayor of Santa Maria da Feira, Emílio Souza, that has very innovative projects on energy communities. Professor Emílio Souza, thank you very much. Madalena Coelho de Rocha, head of the Legal, Regulatory and Compliance Finergy. Ricardo Mendes Ribeiro, professor in the University of Minho. Michael Villa, Director of Smart Energy Europe. Alexandre Silva Teixeira, the Aztec from the automotive sector. And Paulo Nascimento Cabral, representing the Portuguese permanent representation, the Council. So he was in the meeting where the Council find an agreement, so we look forward to hear from you. Thank you very much to all. But before we start the discussion, we have our special address, and I'm very pleased to announce Pilar del Castillo, a very good friend and colleague, member of the European Parliament, in the ITRE committee that is working very close to me in many files, digital, energy, science. She's also chair of the European Internet Forum and vice chair of the Energy Forum. She was a former Minister of Education in Spain, and something that I think that is very special, she's the vice president of Prado Museum. So, with a fantastic. Thank you, Pilar, for finding the time to be with us. Pilar.
Bon dia, and this is the only.
Good morning, and this is the.
It was almost hoarse, so my voice is better, but it's still not so good. Well, first, it's a pleasure for me to be in this very much dear neighbor country. I mean, it is a special neighbor. We have just another neighbor, but as a country, but this is, you know, the special relation that we had, not only historically, for being together for a while, but apart from that, for these years and the coming years, for sure. I have to tell you that with the two delegations, the delegation of the Popular Party and the delegation of the three parties that compose the delegation of the Portuguese center-right in Brussels, we have a very close understanding, and we act together in many areas. As you can imagine, we have so many common problems. To start with, interconnections that has been referred here for many of the speakers. But I am going to take another approach. I mean, I've been working a lot in this dossier with Graça hand in hand, as in many others. Graça has explained perfectly well. Believe her, because everything she said, it is like that, and I strongly support that. I have to say that the role played by Parliament in this dossier, although it was closed 2 days ago by the presidency, the Spanish presidency, the Spanish minister, without the decision that was taken in Parliament, the outcome would have been totally different. Totally different. So I think this deserves recognition for the Parliament and, of course, for the one that has played a crucial role, that is Grasa. When I was thinking what to say here, since it was clear that there will be so many talking about the same, shaping the European electric market, I said, well, why don't you speak about the first part of the title, Powering the Future, which cannot be so concrete, but at the same time give you the possibility to think about new needs, to think about new factors that can help for powering the future in the right way. And the idea is, in terms of powering the future, if we can find out a master formula that can really boost, for a future as we need in energy. And I start. Well, we all know that for primary energy production, digital technologies have shown to be crucial in the renewable energy developments. Together with engineering technologies, they have made it possible to collect energy and to convert it in a more usable form. On the other hand, smart meters, efficient lighting, cloud computing, and distributed software are transforming energy use patterns and promoting responsible usage. In other words, digital is already contributing to huge energy savings and enabling consumers to access a wide range of competitive services. However, this is very classical. We knew all this, but we have to go one step forward. However, harnessing digitalization means adapting to new technological developments. Of course, nobody could claim that digital technologies are the only answer to the energy transition. Solutions, obviously, will come as well from physical and chemical technologies. But digital is essential for a profound shift in the way we do things. The European energy sector, as we all know, is composed by a large number of agents and stakeholders. These include energy producers, distributors, regulators, and technology providers on the supply side, as well as a wide variety of commercial and residential consumers. We, on the other hand, we are talking about a very dynamic sector where non-personal data is essential to make energy systems more efficient, improve asset management, and optimize energy generation and consumption. More precisely, data analytics allow energy companies to enhance operational performance, reduce costs, and improve sustainability. Indeed, data-driven insights make possible better forecasting of renewable energy generation, management, intermittent energy supply, and the development of innovative solutions for energy storage and demand response. However, to fully exploit all this potential, there is a need for extensive development and implementation of standards. This is how we would achieve full and meaningful portability and interoperability of non-personal data. It is too soon to say, but the recent adopted Data Act will provide a useful model of standardization that could potentially be applied on a much broader scale. And more importantly, this regulation, the Data Act, sets the rule on who can use industrial data, establishing the principle that the user must have access to the data generated by his connected products. It is horizontal regulation that affects all sectors of the economy. And I give you a concrete example in the energy field. Nowadays, the possibility of accessing the data generated by a windmill is generally restrictive and depends on the manufacturer. If users could access the data of these products, they would have an additional source of information and can innovate much better. In other words, also in the energy field, the Data Act can contribute to optimize existing business models and processes, together with the business model. On the other hand, boost the development of new ones and as a consequence, create new value. I stop here, but if you have not to now the possibility or the interest in looking at the Data Act, we are talking about the industrial data, not the personal data. 80% of the industrial data, of the connected products of objects, or the one that can be connected, so the IoT scope, is under use now, 80%. So that open a possibility for innovation and competitiveness in the, for the European industry, including the energy sector, which is amazing. And I think it's going to be really, going to be very much impact in these two goals, innovation and competitiveness. But to end with this master formula, after briefly highlighting the importance of the Data Act, let me say a few words on the technology development that feeds from it, feeds from the data. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. In the field of renewables, we are confronted with the challenge of not being able to store, was commented here from many, including my former colleague, Karin's, not being able to store all the energy that we generate and made it available at the time we need it. Changing our grid to become a supply-led grid is very tangible examples where AI, it is a very tangible example where AI will have an important role to play. In other words, AI will enable us to plan around the consumption side while at the same time controlling the supply side. It will identify the loads and when they can be moved to match with the supply, which I think is very interesting because then you can manage all these problems of storage in another different way. This is only one of the potential applications of AI. Artificial intelligence system will also contribute to addressing the critical challenges in energy system, energy materials, energy chemistry, and energy utilization and conversion is also in the package. And to conclude, coming back to the title, I think that energy and digital will power the future. If it is not, if we don't have the master formula, the possibilities for really improve our competitiveness, capacity, our innovation is going to be much, much difficult. So it's a win-win alliance, energy and digital. There are so many things to develop in that sense. Of course, you, the companies, the regulators, if there is someone here, are thinking about that, are developing about that. But in my view, we are at the very, very beginning of this relationship, and that is the one we have to really work on from the European institution. I'm sure it's going to be one of the subjects of the next institution period, there in the Commission and in Parliament. And well, that's, in my view, something that it is more in the area of thinking about than in the area of concrete decision that has been taken, like the revision of the energy electricity market. But it was important to bring it here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pilar, for introducing us to this second panel and for making this connection with a digital future and the future that is to be powered. And so I thank again Maria da Graça Carvalho and José Manuel Fernandes, as head of the Portuguese delegation, for powering the future here today. Let's go to a second panel. We come from a first panel in which we discussed production and distribution. Both are done with one aim, and the aim is to have citizens, companies, industries with electricity. No one is in the first line of response, in the front line of response to citizens and companies as a mayor. So we are starting with the mayor. Emílio Sousa is mayor of Santa Maria da Feira and is here to talk to us about distributing or getting electricity to both citizens and companies. Take it away, please.
Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Graça, for the invitation. Good morning for all. I speak in Portuguese because it's a very specific theme and I prefer to speak in Portuguese.
Brief notes, if I may. This topic is extremely important because, strangely enough, I was reflecting on what I would be saying, that is, energy woke me up. This is an advantage we have in Europe quite often. In a naive way, we believe that we could commercialize, buy energy at given prices. We saw this with the Ukraine, with the war, and with the Middle East issue. We will certainly be affected, and with responsibility in the European Parliament, and we forget what is our advantage in Europe and in the States and some Western Bloc countries is freedom. That's one of the advantages. We have freedom. We defend human life as being unique, and we believe that individually each of us can fulfill its life. What does it have to do with energy? It has to do with the totalitarian countries where someone gives orders using resources, making them available for the world, and we're able to create. And regarding this topic, and it's again to reach the citizens so that each can benefit. In our municipality, it's possible for each to be a producer, to commercialize, and it's possible to share. We started this experience quite recently, and I was receiving a company 6-7 years ago that wanted to advance with this energy project. Every week there was a proposal and there was no implementation, so we found a partner assuring us with guarantees, and we're going to move forward with renewables. Honestly, it's going to make the citizens, and this is what was said by Carlos, be involved, benefiting, so each can be an energy producer. What's the main issue? It's the initial investment. We produce quite a lot of energy during the day, solar energy that I'm referring to. At night we don't produce this, and then who to sell it? Who to transfer the energy? Communities will solve this. In Santa Maria da Feira, we started with the first stage to invest in public lighting, LED, 40,000 public lighting, and I've already made quite a lot of money. We did this before the pandemic. Prices have risen quite a lot. An annual bill which is higher than 3 billion euros. So my bill would have gone on to 4 billion. But today, I was able to maintain the bill as it was in 2017, 2018, because I've already It allows me to maintain my bill with this inflation, saving money, public money. Second stage, this contact with a player, a credible player, Greenvolve, that proposed we have a Europark, public equipment, 500 square meters, 30,000 covered area with a huge potential for solar energy production close to an industrial zone. So we meet the conditions. The problem was, and to convey to you what were our problems and see how we can solve them, first of all, public procurement. How do I select my partner? I have a technical team, understanding the criteria. Which are the in selecting that partner? I don't want any partner. I want we want to know how to select the right partner. Sometimes it's the price and so on, but I want a partner to be capable of responding. The second one, I was speaking to our technicians. We want to buy energy to that company, but our technician said we have another energy contract. We can't terminate it. We have another contract with another company. Third of all, the municipalities have the perfect size to be a main stakeholder between entity, commercializing, producer, and citizen, because we're very close to them. Our dimension is more or less adjusted, and just the town hall, not the country, shows a lot of stress in their mayor. So we have the conditions to be the privileged player to reach our citizens. So there are some fine-tuning still required, so we're going to try to find a partner. The municipality does not have the know-how, the agility of public procurement, but there's a legal regime of the sector. Then how can we overcome this? And then how can we do it? And how will the Court of Accounts accept it if we don't have a very clear legislation on this fact? This is what I wanted to share with you. And let me say that we have the possibility to put our citizens, to make them produce solar energy, essential during the day. Energy storage is quite difficult. We do not have the batteries with the capacity for night consumption, because quite a lot of night consumption. This is when we arrive home, put on our connect our household appliances. But the municipalities can do this clearly with these cities by creating entities where we can select a partner for this commercialization. By involving the citizens, we can clearly support this deficit, energy deficit that Europe has understood because of the war.
Was saying we need everyone on board, political decision makers and, of course, companies from the stakeholder side shaping the European electricity market. We'll have Madalena Coelho da Rocha from Finerge, a very well-known company in Portugal. Please take it away. 5 minutes, after which you will hear this lovely sound. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation, especially to Professora Maria da Graça Carvalho. Thank you to PPE for the initiative. I want to also greet my colleagues of panel and the audience for the opportunity of sharing experiences and perspectives. If you don't mind, I will switch to Portuguese because I came prepared to speak in Portuguese. I will take this option. Enquanto
As a regulatory director for Finerge, and also as a member of Future Energy Leaders Portugal, this is a group of young people that works with the Portuguese Association for Energy, and that is promoted by the World Energy Council, and we therefore participate in multidisciplinary groups, and we are the voices of the future at world level. This is why these topics, and I have the perspective of the producer of energy renewable energies. It's very difficult for us. I mean, we have a collaboration network with the municipalities, especially to implement communities of renewable energy and other local initiatives. And I've been actually monitoring energy policies. Finnair has wind farms and solar panels, and we've been monitoring the Green Deal, 5th of 55, Repower EU, and now the reform of the European market, European electricity market design. These are very much focused on consumers, and also this strategy of Made in Europe, and this is very important to potentiate and provide more competitiveness to our industries. Now, we've been trying to promote the proximity with the European citizens and companies. Last year, with the crisis, there were several emergency measures that were implemented. Nevertheless, we did not forget the importance of reducing energy dependency, in this case of gas, but also to use renewable energy, to use renewable sources of energy. So I would like to use this moment, which I feel is a key one in the regulatory process regarding the reform of the electricity market. Yesterday, we had a disclosure of the a draft approach, and obviously I would like to speak about citizens and industry. Regarding citizens, I call them consumer citizens. There was an active participation of citizens via self-consumed. This was what we used to call them prosumers, and they will be an increasing player in the electric system, promoting prosumers and implementing recovery and resilience plans that are under review right now. I believe that the Portuguese one has not yet been endorsed, but it will soon be endorsed. And also a tremendous emphasis on Repower EU. Now, these have empowered citizens, and they stimulate the production of clean energy. In Portugal, self-consume is a reality. I think that for myself and for future generations, it is very important to have smart grids, because we know our needs, and we also want to be in the market as producers, yet at a small scale, and we want to know how we can sell our own energy. This is innovative, but it is very important for the future. So this actually reinforces the active participation of consumers, but especially their protection via the establishment of contracts, of prices, and with regards to renewable energy communities, one needs to create clear and simple rules that will actually promote synergies between the different stakeholders. It is important to simplify processes as well as the licensing of these type of communities. Regarding the industry, and as I said, it is urgent to decarbonize. This is something we know very well. It is very important also to electrify the industry. This requires investment and synergies in order to guarantee energy transition. We need to create mechanisms to guarantee that present and future energies have access to clean electricity at a competitive price is very important, and we need to guarantee safety and availability, constant availability of these industries. And this is why I feel that the network should be prepared and we should have options, we should have storage, and this needs to be a national and local reality. I believe that this reform is an opportunity for the consumer to reinvent itself, and also for the system to reinvent itself.
Of course, Ricardo, there's a lot said, and of course we take these chances to look into solutions, and when we look into solutions, we look into the academia. We are gladly joined by Ricardo Mendes Ribeiro, who is a professor at University of Minho, and is going to take the floor now to talk to us for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noel. Well, I'd like to start thanking for the invitation, of course, to join this panel. It's very nice to be here, and I heard lots of very interesting things and learned a lot, and I hope to learn even more. I'd like to shape my intervention on the principles that should guide us on choosing policies and on promoting them among the general public. First, I would like to note that if in the past a country's level of development was measured by its energy consumption, today we ought to pivot towards assessing how efficiently we can do the same or better with less energy input. Instead of measuring progress by the quantity of energy expended, we should measure by how many things we can do with the same energy, or even less energy. This shift represents a profound change in paradigm, a departure from the pursuit of brute force solutions, which aim to amass as much energy as possible towards a more judicious use of resources. Such a transformation needs innovation and dedicated research to fine-tune our processes. This is the true hallmark of an advanced society, actually, I believe. We recognize that this transformation cannot occur overnight, of course, but with the right policies in place, we can promote it. So we increase efficiency, promote research and development, not only on the production side, but especially on the consumer side. The second point I'd like to address is about the decentralization and security. You all vividly recall the events of last winter. They were mentioned several times today, when Russia strategically targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure. It was possible by the centralized nature of the energy production. Well, they just had to target where the energy was produced because it was centralized. It's true that a centralized energy production can indeed yield cost efficiency. But we find ourselves in a world besieged by various forms of terrorism, be it state-driven or driven by activist groups. Besides, natural disasters do occur. In this context, centralization becomes a vulnerability. In an ideal scenario, every household, every neighborhood, every town, every city, every industrial park should be energetically self-sufficient. The pursuit of energetic self-sufficiency at the local level implies the need for deregulation. We have heard a lot about that today again. Fostering innovation and embracing diverse approaches. There's not a single solution for everything. Each house or neighborhood presents unique circumstances and challenges and may require tailored solutions. So we need to allow for more flexible regulations that empower local communities to develop and implement their energy solutions. This encourages innovation and self-reliance. We need to encourage research and development in the energy sector, particularly in decentralized and renewable technologies. Innovation can drive down costs and increase the feasibility of local energy production. We have to be open to a range of energy sources and technologies. Communities should have the freedom to choose the most suitable solutions based on their specific needs and resources. This approach ensures that energy systems are designed to meet local demands effectively. This move toward centralization not only enhances resilience, but also significantly bolsters security in a world where unpredictability prevails. A third point I would like to mention is the need for a progressive approach. In other words, we must avoid rushing into disruptive changes within the energy system without first establishing adequate substitutes. This underlines the necessity of cautious and coherent planning to prevent instability and ensure a seamless transition to more sustainable sources. A strategic bet on electrical energy storage facilities is important, already mentioned here at this stage. So, well, many more things could be told, but I will finish here. We'll leave that for discussion.
Yeah, we can leave it. Leave a lot for discussion, of course. We're halfway through the panel, and we will look into the stakeholders' insight again with Michael Villa, he's Executive Director of Smart Energy Europe. Please, Michael, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Hugo. Smart Energy, it's a European business organization based in Brussels with 100 members that are companies that already now, so not looking at the future, but already now can enable consumers of all type to become flexible and interact with the system that they are connected with. That's why I really appreciated the special intervention by Pilar del Castillo Vera, because she touched the digital element of the clean energy transition, of how also the electricity market design needs to work, and the members of my organization are basing their business models exactly on data-driven energy services for consumers of all types, from households to the large energy-intensive industries. The European Union, international institutions, they all agree that direct clean electrification is the best way to achieve our climate neutrality objective in 2050. There is no doubt on that. However, electrification is stagnating. At the moment, in Europe, electrification accounts for 23% of the energy consumed by end users. And if you wanted to achieve our 2050 objective of climate neutrality, we need to step from 23% to up to 71%. So it's a major effort that we need to engage with. But we cannot increase this electrification in the end user sectors if we are keeping the consumption of this electricity in a passive way. We need to have a smart electrification, which is consumer-centric, meaning that a consumer should consume more when he has an understanding automatize, that's why digital solution helps, that in this moment, electricity, there is an abundance of electricity, of variable renewable energy in the system. Or on the opposite, it should stop or reduce consuming when there is a congestion in the system. So electrification needs to be done. We need to do a smart electrification with consumer actively engaging. Otherwise, we are just going to increase costs for this transition. If consumers indeed are passive, we will need to invest in more and more grid reinforcement, or we will need to invest in a lot of peak generation capacity to accommodate this peak in consumption. But if we have flexible and active consumers, we calculated from now to 2030, we will avoid the investment in 60 gigawatts of peak generation capacity, which translates into 2.5 billion euros per year. We will also reduce investment in unnecessarily grid reinforcement between 11 and 30 billions per year. This does not mean that we do not need to invest in grid. But looking at grids is both CapEx, so copper, more lines, and OpEx, so an operational investment to digitalize the grid and make sure that the grid procure the flexibility of connected end users. This is a change in mindset. This is a consumer-centric evolution that will be enabled by digitalization. So how to go in this direction? Well, first of all, we need to have consumer aware about this pivotal role that they could play. But only relying on behavioral change, it will never work. Citizens have other problems in their life instead of understanding and checking all the time the wholesale price fluctuation. So automatization and support of the business models that will help consumers to flexibly adapt their consumption is extremely important evolution. Second element, system operators. Both transmission system operators and distribution system operators needs to procure the flexibility through TSO ancillary services, open to demand side resources, and local flexibility markets by distribution system operators. And only indeed having these player engagement, we will indeed achieve an efficient decarbonization. The good news is that at European Union level, EU legislation is already convinced. We have already the existing 2019 electricity market design defined by Karins that was pushing for demand-driven flexible activation. Professor Cavallo and the others, member of the European Parliament, and also the Council is further improving this flexibility element. The bad news is that, as already been stressed by the CEO of EDP, member states are simply ignoring that. So we are monitoring every time, and still there are several barriers at national level for this business model to drive. This is going to be an extremely important barrier to tackle if you want a systemic, efficient way to achieve our climate neutrality goals. Climate neutrality can be achieved, but in a very expensive way. If we want to do that in a more efficient way, we need to rely on the active consumer engagement. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Michael. You can clap, of course. It's time to hear the insights of the experts engaged with the EU Commission, and that's why we're giving the floor, of course, to Alexandre Silva Teixeira. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Hugo. Please notice me with that tricky that you with the microphone. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I will not keep out mind that I have the opportunity today to address myself to the EPP Group and also to the national parliament with influences that can take some of the insights that we have here. Starting from my background, I'm probably the person out of the box because I came from the automotive and aeronautical developments. I've been working on the last years related with different EV, electrical vehicles developments, and due to that role, I've since 2010 supporting the European Commission on the projects and investments regarding the innovations for the electrical transition and for the smart mobility. Looking at the audience, I have a tricky scenario that I look and imagine that the majority of the audience is Portuguese, so I'm tempted to address myself in Portuguese, but my notes are in English, so I will try to don't mess too much these things. And começaria por pegar.
I'm going to pick up on what was said by the mayor and what we heard this morning, referred by João Conceição from Rennes. It's a concept which was not much probed on, not much harness, that is institutions, companies, industries, public institutions, as well as citizens themselves, can easily, in a very substantive form, to help this energy transition towards renewables. In what way? By transforming themselves from consumers to prosumers, which is a prosumer, was a concept that we've been hearing, we've heard. And let me explain that this concept is not a new one, but not totally unknown. A consumer is defined as an energy consumer that produces at the same time some of its energy needs. When it produces them and needs to consumes what it produces. When there's a surplus, returns it to the grid. This is a very big idea, and is so big that it's receiving financial incentives. Now, the last study that I'm aware of is from the European Environmental Agency, a study of last September, mentioning that the needs that we have by Europe with 27, by 2050, our needs can be easily met by using the production of renewables production. And going back to the question that was asked, we cannot live constantly depending fully on renewable. No, but this study mentions that in EU 27 countries, 70% of the needs can be met by these prosumers. In the Portuguese case, in particular, because we have a lot of sun, 70% of these needs can be met through prosumers. But in the recent days in Portugal have been quite windy, which is quite good for us. Now, on the data consulted yesterday, produced by REN, what is the assessment of energy import? Portugal, I don't know if it was Tuesday or last Wednesday, because it was very windy, was able to have a positive energy deficit. It released 5 or 8 gigawatts of energy available to be sold again by using renewables. Clearly, at a limit, institutions, citizens, by transforming themselves from consumers into prosumers, can create a new market. And in 2009, 2008, 2009, 14, 15 years ago, I was involved in the definition in creating the MOBE grid. MOBE grid, eMOBE grid. This grid, MOBE or eMOBE, was created in Portugal that thought of installing a continuing grid to charge electric vehicles, and this was 14 years ago. And this MOBE network for some ideas, it had this two-sided rationale, so that our vehicles could be stored with energy, with rolling batteries, when there is no consumption, and these batteries could work and be used as storage system to return the energy to the network or grid. So it creates a market, creates an opportunity, a business opportunity. Now, we can, when I say we can have a municipality fleet, company fleet that can have a rolling battery package that I can do business, charges the energy in excess, and then can return it to the grid network when it needs energy. As Pilar mentioned, we need to have a technological digital approach, which has to be very clear. We need to create a market to produce electrical offer. If my energy is stored in the battery of my vehicle, then I can have an interest. I can be interested in selling it when it reaches 5 cents, 8 cents. Below that amount, I'm not interested. And this is a gigantic opportunity for the new consumers. Let me say and conclude, of course, there are barriers, but it's something which is new. It's not new. The first time it was mentioned was during a more ambitious proposal in 2022, the repower program after Ukraine was invaded. The objective was to reduce Russia's dependence, and the objective by 2030, 45% of renewables. And also mentioned was the solar roof, the ambition to recognize the solar energy's potential, knowing that for a maximum potential to be reached, we had to plan photovoltaic. We had to place photovoltaic energy in Europe's roofs. So it's not only enough to have consumers, but prosumers are quite needed. Thank you, Alexandre.
Applause. Let me take the chance to have an energetic welcome to our president, Luís Montenegro, who just got to the room, and to apologize to you all because we won't have time to questions from the audience, but we'll have time to listen to Paulo Nascimento Cabral. He's from our permanent representation near the European Union, so he was our eyes and ears on this reform. So Paulo, please take it away, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Hugo. Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I will start to thank the invitation of Sra. Graça Carvalho and also Eurodeputado José Fernandes, and a special compliment for the leader of PSD, Luís Montenegro. Also a compliment for my fellow panelists, and if you don't mind, I will switch to Portuguese because I believe that it's the majority of the language of our audience. Bem,
Well, thank you very much once again. I would like just to say that after the excellent speeches of the previous members of the panel, I'm going to be very brief because I don't really have much to say. In fact, we spoke about the reform of the electricity market, and I don't know whether this was done on purpose or not. We started with the parliament. They also closed their reform earlier, and then we ended with the council. So I would make a sort of a summary of what was the position of the council. Now, this reform, why does it happen right now? As mentioned, Ukraine was invaded by Russia, as mentioned here before, and this led to a tremendous increase in energy prices. Member states defended in the council several reforms, the decoupling of the price of gas, reforms in the price of energy, and of course we believe that the next national mix depends or lies under the responsibility of each member state. So this needs to define. We have something that has to do with technological neutrality, and then it's up to the member states to actually include in that mix the types of energy production that they want. Now, we wanted to do away with the price of gas influence in the price of electricity. Right now we have a platform called Aggregate Way that purchases gas at the same time, and they participated in 3 auctions and they had very good results. At the same time, we had member states that showed some reserves on actually changing this because they felt that the electricity market, after more than 20 years of operation, has operated well. Then under Article 122, emergency, there were several measures that were implemented by the Council, namely the storage of gas, the reduction of gas and electricity consumption, reducing the permitting regarding renewable energies, caps, for the TTF index of the price of gas. So we had a series of measures that resulted from intense negotiations within the Council and that allowed us to recover prices at European level. Fortunately, some of these measures were never used, to the exception of gas storage. We, in this area, we were able to prepare Europe well for the upcoming winter. Some of these measures were not even activated, and this allowed for us to show the success and resilience of member states. On the other hand, there was a measure that was subject for controversy, solidarity contribution. This was a contribution made by companies that used fossil fuels that had to pay a certain amount to the state that would be used for more vulnerable consumers. Now, all these grew as time went by and contributed to this reform that was negotiated in a record time. There is also a subject that is of a lot of concern for the European Union, and that is how do I choose my partners? And the Commission is going to launch a package on wind energy, and the concern is to have auctions that are not based on price. We need also to have feasibility models, security. So I would like just to end with the reform of the electricity market reform. On top of the table, we had a big division vis-à-vis CFDs and capacity mechanisms. Capacity mechanisms also benefited Portugal. They were solved promptly, and CFDs needed to be debated. I congratulate the Spanish presidency and also the Swedish presidency. The Spanish presidency had a very important role because they decided to move the proposal forward regardless of an agreement between specific countries. And this led to the approval of CFDs, and these were in fact assigned to new technologies, to new investments, and the redistribution of the income generated by them is made in a way that has to do, I mean, whenever price formation is not competitive, basically the Commission has a supervisory role, and this was very important to balance both sides of the negotiations. By now I've understood that I do not have much more time. I'm at your disposal to speak more about these issues more in depth. We want to close this as soon as possible. Citizens need these measures, and so do companies. We need to decarbonize our economy. We need to increase the competitiveness of the European industry, and at the same time, we have lots of packages that are being that will soon be released. You know, at the level of networks, we have very important interconnections. We have an objective of 15% until 2015, and Portugal is halfway through. Some projects on the pipeline, and thank you very much for your time.
We actually have time for 2 questions that will take 2 minutes, one there and one minute each, as they do in the European Parliament. Have the gentleman in the back, please. There. 1 minute and counting. Thank you.
Lourenço, engenheiro e cidadão. A partir do programa FEDER da União Europeia.
From the ERDF, there was construction in Stuba because the diesel train was suppressed. So train stations were no longer used because of what happened. And so we had to walk. And my neighbor, you will have to conclude, trains need knowledge to be activated, following what exists in terms of what is good for the citizens.
Teresa Ponce-Leão.
Professor Ponce-Leão, you have the floor. My question is for Michael Villa. What is missing, in your opinion, for consumers to be able to decide when and where to consume, and that smart meters be really consumer friendly? Thank you. We still have more time for two other speakers, that is Michael Villa and whoever wants to answer the questions that were raised. Michael, you have the floor.
Yes, so I will reply to the second one. As I said, at European Union level, legislation is there. So consumer needs to be enabled, and consumer, I'm repeating, I'm not only thinking about in households, but also in industry, in large energy-intensive industries, to have the technologies that are enabling them to activate or deactivate or store more energy when there is an abundance. What they need to know is the signal when doing that, when adapting their consumption in a time-dependent way. And signals can be two of them. We called implicit signals, that are the retail dynamic price contracts, that should indeed be linked to wholesale price fluctuation, or explicit signals, that are signals that could be provided by the participation to different markets, all markets, wholesale, also ancillary services and local flexibility markets, that needs to be provided to consumers with the support of service providers, like aggregators. These are the virtual power plants players that can enable. With regard to smart meters are important for the implicit type of participation, not the explicit, because of the granularity of the information.
Tenho minuto para dividir entre o Alexandre e o Emílio. Se calhar começava já aqui pelo Emílio.
1 minute for Alexandre and Emílio. Just a fast just a brief thing, regarding smart meters. I read the news today in Express. The tariffs will be increased to 2.2 billion. The cost increases almost threefold. This is bad news for the consumers. And I heard this word, prosumers. I prefer pro-consumers. But I think that we should work along these lines. I think that is correct. And just one last thing. We have here a tremendous opportunity. We have a tremendous opportunity to improve. You mentioned involvement of citizens. Each roof can produce energy, of course. And there's yet something else. Smart meter. This represents a tremendous technological challenge, and today's challenges may be an opportunity for Europe to develop technology, commit citizens, and develop freedom and democracy. Thank you. I apologize for getting back to this, but I would like just to say that, besides the reform of the electricity market, we have also negotiations regarding building energy and energy efficiency directive that are being promoted, and we need to pay attention to this new pieces of legislation, and we need to be prepared for this transition that is upcoming, and most of the targets start in 2030. This is just a reminder.
I just need 45 seconds to explain quickly. Never forget that we can be heard by members of national parliament or by the parliamentarian. The railroad plan should be thought since scratch. It means that there is a project ongoing, a project funded by Clean Hydrogen, European Commission, which entails a train powered by hydrogen from Spain till Portugal, and its project failed. It failed because the railroad network in Portugal is very old. The ORDF was mentioned, and to have an idea of the financing that exists in the European Commission for these project, the Clean Hydrogen Office in the European Commission has a budget of 1.23 billion euros from 21 to 27, with 340 or so ongoing projects with Portuguese participation. Very few projects. CNEA, from the Climate Change Office for the same 2027 horizon, the budget is 56 billion euros. Now, what is the participation of Portuguese companies? Very small, very marginal. Europe's horizon, it was mentioned this morning, in the 2027 horizon, has a budget of 95 billion euros. Again, Portuguese participation is absolutely marginal. There has to also be an incentive of the Portuguese state to encourage national companies to get this financing. The policies is made of commitments. There's a commitment. There was a commitment also to stick to our schedule, and again to have consumers, citizens at the center of energy transition. This is quite it is the PSD ambition. Nothing better than to listen to our leader. And also, I'd like to thank everyone. So those were the words I just wanted to reiterate before listening to Maria da Graça Carvalho. We're close to the end of our conference. Let me thank our speakers, chairpersons, the audience that has been following us via social media. And also, I would like to thank the staff that helped us to organize this event. And to conclude, it's with pleasure that I give the floor to Luís Montenegro, President of the Social Democratic Party, and also I would like to thank how enthusiastically he welcomed this initiative, and to thank him for our support in the European Parliament's in the European Parliament's initiatives. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet our guests, especially our foreign guests, and thank you very much for your participation. As you know, and I think you understand, in Lisbon and in Portugal, I will speak in Portuguese. Então, boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again. I would like to thank your presence and participation, and thank the EPP's group its representation. I also like to thank the parliamentarians of the PSD, head of the delegation, José Manuel Fernandes, and our organizer of this event, Professor Graça Carvalho. Choosing this date had to do with my commitments, and let me confess that at that time I wasn't thinking of addressing this topic. The 20th of October 2022, a year ago, was the day where we heard that an agreement which allowed to overcome a historical blockage. These are not my words, from the Prime Minister, it was mentioned by the Prime Minister Antonio Costa, a year ago, announced with pomp and circumstances an agreement to build a new pipeline that would connect the Iberian Peninsula to the rest of Europe. This agreement would allow to develop a green energy corridor in brief, to complement interconnections between Portugal, Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, and Europe, with two main interventions. A connection is Libre-Zamora between Portugal and Spain, and the other maritime connection between Barcelona, Marseille, Spain, and France. A year after, the question that can be raised, what was done? What was done, especially in terms of the electric interconnections in the Pyrenees? The agreement is entered into in 2014, 2015. What was done to be implemented? Where is the implementation capacity, not only of the Portuguese government, Spanish, French, and the European Commission? Where is that capacity? Execution capacity. Why these intentions are just, why are these intentions just on paper? Year after year, we're discussing the same things, and year after year, media events, we see media events, attempts to try to hide the lack of capacity for this execution. Are we in the presence of, are we nurturing such news? And dear friends, in relation to what I've heard, the context of the electricity European market, energy market, has suffered many changes. First, the pandemic, then the inflation, and worthwhile to recall, before the Ukraine invasion by Russia, this was another factor to add on to others, and more recently, and we cannot undermine the consequences of the war in the Middle East on a daily basis in that geography. So these are disruptive factors making grow the fact that we have a common European policy in ensuring energy, a greater energy autonomy, and also an energy transition that can privilege green energy. On the other hand, my conviction is that with this objective to decrease Europe's external dependence, and also presupposing the increase of our productive capacity, this context opens an opportunity. It is also an opportunity, a golden opportunity, in my opinion, in PST's opinion, not in Portugal and Europe, that be added investment competitiveness to green energy. In the context that we live in my opinion, it's not to go back in the energy transition decarbonation objective and management of climate change. The objective is to take advantage of that context, to be able to develop more innovation, to be able to create the competitiveness conditions for our companies and those that invest in the energy sector. And in addition, the realism, but we need to be firmly grounded, that is, with the design that nothing is done right away. We need to preserve the Portuguese companies' competitiveness in terms, and also of the international one at an international level. There is a reality where we need to create wealth, and there is a reality where we have to pay good salaries, and we need to be, that's why we need to be competitive. We need to have the conditions to sell, to be able to sell in our markets with in a climate of loyal competition in an international context.
Podemos resumir.
Having said this, I believe that we can sum up our objective here today. We can assure that in Europe, in Portugal, in the Iberian Peninsula, we need to be more connected, and being more connected will be more autonomous, and this also make us more productive and competitive at the level of renewable energy sources. So I don't understand. I mean, we are a peninsula, we are almost an island, and this is a situation that I cannot understand with regards to our interconnections with the rest of Europe. These connections are very important to make a more autonomous Europe, and also for us to, us Europeans, to have a common European policy. And of course, we don't want to be isolated. We are sort of closed in our small world, and we should be in tune with the rest of Europe. I must be very straightforward, and I would like the Portuguese people to understand that 9 years later, what is a fact is that the Portuguese government, the Spanish government have neglected this area. But the EU has been, the Commission has been inoperative in this area, and we altogether have not been able to overcome certain resistance that we see in other states, namely France. We say this with a European spirit, a spirit of sharing, but this is in fact the truth. Now, this is why I have alerted that when we try to move attentions to other projects, such as the one that was announced 1 year ago, we cannot forget the strategy that was followed, the decisions that were made 10 years ago, which is the connection via the Pyrenees. In Portugal, those that live here, we know that. In Portugal, we have a situation where we have a tremendous disinvestment in the area of state services. And this is also an impact in the area of energy, because here again we have organizations that are stalled, and this is not good. We hear about funding from the resilience plan that are not used, and sometimes, as you know, we have time delays and we do not comply with those. March this year, we started to process the first payments for decarbonization in the industry, and this happened 8 months with a 8-month delay. And of course, we are investors to sponsor research, the transition, but then we cannot refrain from giving our contribution. This is an area in which the state shows no response capacity, neither does the government, and this is affecting a very important area such as energy when it comes to our development. And let me use this opportunity to say, you know, when we speak about things that are left behind or others, where we decide in the wrong way, our objective is not to actually be at the forefront of energy efficiency. But if you want to actually mislead a whole country by saying, you know, that you can achieve that by increasing road tax for those that have older cars because they do not have money to buy a new one, you know, that's not the way to do things. One thing is to actually reward those that have practices that are more more environmentally friendly. But another thing is to increase road tax fourfold to people that are already punished, you know, because they cannot afford buying a new car or a more modern car. So, dear friends, once again, it is important to say that we can't just be in the news because we make populist announcements and that are just mere intentions. There is yet another situation that I would like to mention on behalf of PSD. Our government has made bad decisions that affect the Portuguese society as a whole. One of these last is this alert that was issued by the regulatory authority, and as Emílio Sousa said, this proves that tariff debts will increase 1.7 billion euro, and it will increase up to 2 billion euro at the end of 2024. This is the highest increase over the last decade, and this is in fact the contrary of what has happened during the last years, where we saw a downward trend. And ERS, the regulatory entity, decided to actually accept this increase of tariffs and to actually make consumers pay these costs. Now, we've asked the regulatory authority to actually explain this. We would like to listen to their justification vis-à-vis this decision. Now, last, says the speaker, I can't go without saying how concerned I am vis-à-vis the new habits, the emergence of bad habits, I'm sorry, that we've seen in the past. hand in hand with permanent propaganda in the area of energy, we see signs, clear signs that the government is going back to this practice of guaranteeing rents. And this is not exactly the strategy that we want to have in the country, that is important for the country. To have guaranteed rents is not the best way to achieve energy efficiency. We saw that with the solar auction, that was not just subject to the price criteria and must, of course, have other criteria so that the decision is favorable to national interests. But as I was saying, this success was an illusion in many of those situations. Things did not really move forward, and now we have this idea that some of the operations may be subject to new public guarantees. And this issue of guaranteed rents is also part of what has been projected for investments along our coast. Of course, we want to make the best use of our potential, but one thing is to do that, to develop technology, to develop investment, and another thing is to actually simulate that those operations are profitable, are feasible, and are beneficial for the strategy of the country. These are two different things. I know that we need to risk to a certain extent. We can't have an Excel that actually gives us a correct balance of all these. But we cannot leave the cost of these kind of investments for future generations. And since we're speaking about propaganda and about this way of governing, I would like to say that in December last year, the Secretary of State, João Galamba, who is today the Minister for Infrastructure, said that the government created 80% of or wanted to have 80% of energy sources renewable already in 2025. Now, we see that Portugal has, in fact, shown an opposite trend. So here again, there is a total difference between what we say we want to do and the result of what we do. So, dear friends, I would like to conclude by thanking you for your presence, thanking the organization for this event, and I would like to mention specifically Graça Carvalho. She was a mentor of this meeting. I believe that we will live stronger. We will live with the objective of actually promoting a true energy transition, of being at the forefront of the fight against climate change, and also to make the best use of our potential when it comes to energy production. And this is something that we need to do now. And now is now. It is right now. It's almost as if it was for yesterday. We can't postpone this anymore. In order to do this, we need to have serious planning that is feasible, sustainable in the area of production, transport, electric market, and also the gas market and the energy market. So on our side, on the side of PSD, we will not accept a country where companies lose opportunities because energy cost makes their competitiveness totally unfeasible. I cannot accept a country where 70% of the buildings are not energy efficiency, and I cannot accept a a country where about 3 million Portuguese, 30% of our population lives in a context of energy poverty. In order to overcome all these challenges, we need to be bold, and we will be bold enough as a team together with the different stakeholders, the mayors, those that work in public and private institutions and that pursue this objective of serving citizens. We will be bold to transform and to take the best care of our future. Thank you very much. You're all invited for lunch.